You're listening to EWBSX, the Cyberbully. More tunes right around the corner.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I'm gonna come.
Salute.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back! I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
I don't really care, Margaret.
Our religion is based.
The N-word.
God, idea. Why don't we just kill him?
Go home to mommy.
I like how you...
She's obviously dark. What is that?
We're gonna win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
What is going on, my Truesters? What is up? My Trust the Planikins? My Trumplicans? Is this going to be the new name? The Trumplicans? Mr. President, you're known for your branding. I think that I think Trumplican it's a step in the process. Let's say that. But at the end of the day, I am a loyal man. So if I have to identify as a Trumplican, you know what? I am going to be the best MFing Trumplican you've ever seen. What's going on, everybody? Welcome. Happy Black Friday. Hope you guys had an excellent Thanksgiving. I did. It was great. Spent a lot of time with family. We just kept it low key and just hung out together and watched a bunch of Outdoor Boys. This is our new family activity. So it was great to spend some time with family the last few days. And man, I definitely backlogged myself by missing the last two shows. I thought one of them I was like I need to reset my sleep schedule and you know it's time. It's just not going to work out tonight. Not going to be able to make it happen, and I'm not going to try to force it. And then the next one was just straight up weird internet connectivity issues. AWS was down apparently, so I don't know what it was doing with me on my end, but it was just odd. It was just very strange. I think maybe the sun is burping too much or something. Yeah, I'll blame ADT. The ADT guy. Well, that was one of the big reasons why I ended up having to skip the show before that, because we're getting the ADT guy to come out and get our stuff set up. And I've heard things about ADT, and we're learning of what it's like to work with ADT good and hard. So it wound up wasting almost an entire day for us sitting around waiting for people. And so yeah. Anyways, but we are back today. We're back, and I have got a banger for you guys. We are going to be putting our schizo hats on today because, and I kind of had to set this up a little awkwardly. You could almost think of this as being like a really, really long intro to the current discussion that's happening. It's kind of like a sidebar that's going to serve as here's a bunch of background that if I'd done a show over the last couple of days, I probably would have been going through this. So if anything, we're almost going to get kind of like two shows in one with this one. And then we're going to have another Labe tomorrow. We will Saturn Labe this week. I don't know for sure if we're going to have a pseudo-wave prepared or not, but whether or not we do, we are still going to Labe tomorrow. And I'm going to be changing up the ASTROLABE schedule going forward. So going forward, obviously there's going to be times where this has to be flexible and everything because our life is just... There's nothing that's remotely consistent about our personal schedules. It's constantly all over the place. So I appreciate you guys being flexible with catching me when I am live, and then doing the replay gang if you don't. But starting next week, I am going to start. I'm going to move the Wednesday Astrolabe to Saturday. So I'm going to be consistently doing a Saturlabe going forward, and I'm going to preserve Wednesday as a day for me to work on other things and also ensure that my sleep schedule doesn't get too pulled away from me. So and then the intent here is that the Saturnlabes are generally going to be pseudo-waves. I will do them on Saturday regardless of whether there is a pseudo-wave ready or not, but the Saturnlabe's primary purpose will be pseudo-waves. I had a long conversation with the man a couple days ago. Very good to talk to him. And yeah, just stay tuned for much great stuff coming henceforth. Oh no more warthogs. I didn't even think of that. You know what it is? No, I can't do. I gotta think about this. Yeah, pseudo Saturdays. I gotta figure out either an intro for another day or figure out how to make the warthogs work for another day. Well, stay tuned. Stay tuned on that one. No, Mr. Sue, you may not slander the warthogs. You may not slander the sky farts. We love the sky farts. Let me think. Was there anything else? So obviously a lot has happened over the last few days. Many things. There's too many things that are going on right now that I can't even keep track of. Like it's usually I'm either listening to the stuff that's focused more on like the political side of things, or I'm listening to stuff that's more focused on the economic side of things, and I kind of go back and forth. And typically it's kind of like one is doing stuff while the other one isn't. Right now, everything is doing stuff. And I can't keep up with it all. There's weird shit going on with the COMEX now. And we got this new stablecoin stuff that starting to try to parse through all the implications of that. Then you've got the Ukraine-Russia negotiations, which are really fascinating the way that they're proceeding. The Ukrainian chief negotiator just resigned because he's been busted with massive like money laundering. There's been a big corruption investigation, and he is now stepping down. This is the guy that Tucker Carlson called out by name a couple of days ago on a post and said, "Is this guy just straight up scuttling the investigations, or not the investigation, but the negotiations?" So there's that. Then Tucker's going to the UK. Very interesting timing. How interesting that we see Tucker in the UK right now. Then obviously there's the tragic assassination of at least one National Guard member in DC, and then the whole shitstorm that has been unpacked because of that. Then there's Trump's response. He just went like full. What is it? Miles in the Discord said that he went full like me after 14 beers at Thanksgiving on Maine. And that was exactly what he did. Just. So there's a lot of shit happening right now. But there's been this thing that I've been sort of trying to track in the background related to Venezuela. And we've talked about this in the past. There is much more to this Venezuelan story than is being addressed in the kind of general mainstream conversation here. And by the way, that general mainstream conversation is no longer just comprised of what you might call the legacy media outlets. There's a bunch of alternative outlets that I would now consider part of the mainstream conversation. And many of our guys, particularly the ones who are the most discouraged, the most demoralized about what's happening, I think have locked themselves into this new mainstream sort of fake news or very well-crafted news narrative. They're missing a lot of the stuff that's going on behind the scenes. So tonight, we're going to talk about one of these things that's been going on behind the scenes. Because now all of these narratives are starting to run together into each other. All these different individual things that I just mentioned, the stablecoin stuff, the immigration stuff, the color revolution stuff, the election investigation stuff, the geopolitical trade negotiations stuff, all these different narratives are all beginning to draw closer and closer together to where it's not a whole bunch of different stories that are happening, but it's one big story that's happening across a bunch of different fronts all at the same time. So this is kind of the framework that I'm using as I'm trying to understand all these things that are currently going on. So toward that end, I've got 2 windows worth of tabs to get through tonight. And some of it, I kind of struggled putting this together, not to mention having weird... Brave is acting up, and I'm trying to use Grok to help with Brave, and it's saying that Brave should have functions that Brave definitely does not have, that it says it definitely should have those functions. And, anyway, so Brave keeps acting up, and I might have to just switch to another browser. I don't know. I'd like to stick with Brave, but it has been consistently kind of wonky and buggy, and I don't know if this is a browser thing or if I'm going to get the same with other browsers. But yeah, also Grok has been lying a lot lately. So, and that's another thing. The Grok and the tweaks to the algo that are being made as we kind of go through this story here today. Pin that thought, because I want to try to remember to come back to that, because I think that there may be a story behind what's happening with that like, the algo and the communications and all of that, the encrypted communications thing that they released, the new messaging platform, and all these different moves. If you analyze them from a certain frame of mind, they tell you one story. But what if you analyze them from a different frame of mind? Then what story do they tell you? So I'm going to try to come back to that. But, anyways, have I tried to answer Brave questions with Brave's AI? That's actually an interesting thought. I hadn't thought of that, but that's probably a good thing to do. I just encountered this tonight, and I'm trying to put this together, and I've got a whole bunch of tabs, and I'm sure that probably contributes to it. But anyways, I'm just going to keep steamrolling forward, because there are not. I just got to work with what I have to work with right now. But one of these things is, have you guys seen the Well, okay. Before I get into all of that, let me do some of a little bit of housekeeping here. Pale Morning Dude has resubscribed. Thank you, man, for 6 months, along with Mr. Butt Poop, a couple of Patriots, then Cable gifted 10 subs, coming in the off hours and hitting it up with 10 subs. Sir Pontus, Goku, Sursit, Dusko NYT. NYT, huh? Dusko NYT. Who are you? Why are you listening? Why are you following the channel? Skin Man, Korea, Eastwood's mom, one of my wife's alts, got gifted a sub. Cyberchud 2077, Trust Plan Sard, Vivo Cristo Ray. So I know about half of those. And then the other half are I don't know, and one of them ends in NYT. It's like Duskany T would be another way you could pronounce it, but it sure looks like Dusko NYT. Is the New York Times listening? Am I being lurked upon? We'll bring it. Monkey Lord NC, and then we got 3 new resubscriptions as well. Tyler J, Gaga, thank you Gaga, thank you for resubscribing, and Flicker Rate. So thank you to all of you guys for the subscriptions and the resubscriptions. We're on pace to, the streamer salary is a little light this month because things have kind of been all over the place. But we're making up for that because the Kick performance this month, you guys' your contributions through Kick are about to set a record for Kick since I moved over here. So the total viewership is way down. We're way away from the goals we're trying to get to, but the revenue is up. So I appreciate you guys for that, continuing to pay my bills. That reminds me, I got to put the salary paying link down here. Remember to tip your streamer, and here is the link. It is tips.kingpill.com, and you can hit that during the live show, or if you're listening to this afterwards. That's one of the most direct ways to put money straight into my pocket. Tax-free, thank you, Mr. President. And then, okay, yeah, I did pen right. You guys are the ones that keep me doing this. This is an entirely listener-supported show, and not just that, but I am an entirely listener-supported man. So thank you to you guys. Also, Slutty Milk celebrated his subscription. He resubscribed, and that didn't come through. Thank you, Slutty Milk. And Miles Standish. Mention the man, and he shows up. He says, first live lave in a month, and I catch a shout-out. Look at that. You've caught some shout-outs before, but it's good to have you here. All right. Had a great Schizo stream last night, by the way. I hopped in the voice chat. I thought about maybe doing a show, but I wasn't going to have time to try to put it all together. And so I just did a voice chat and spent several hours in the voice chat last night. We got an update. We got a very interesting update on a certain story. It was fun. We had a very good conversation, and I'm hoping there's the possibility I might be able to do some more, depending on how work goes on Wednesdays. When I do my off day, I might be able to do some VCs, not super late into the night, but so maybe like late afternoon, early evening VCs. So if you'd like to join the King Pill Discord and have an opportunity to be a part of those, then kingpill.com is the place to go. Should have done an X Spaces to dunk on Panikins. Yeah, we were talking about that. We were talking about the Panikins in the VC, and I will dunk on Panikins when I think that there's a particular good time for it. Right now, I think I want to see the Panikins just pay attention to some other stuff. So I might as well just talk about the other stuff and hope that the Panikins take notice. So you guys, maybe that's part of what you guys can do is you can get this stuff, clip it up and or share it and go spread some of these things. Alert the Panikins to what's going on and invite a bunch of trolls over here and spice up the live chat that way. How about that? Zimmer Dillon says, drag the fucking Panikins' asses over the finish line is what we're going to do, folks. We must truce. Yes, we must truce. But we must be educated trucers. It's good to just truce. I got a lot of respect for the guys that are like, you know what? Can't keep up with all this stuff, but dooming out and freaking out over every little thing and chasing down every last little breaking slop headline. I don't have time for all that. I'm just going to truce. That's probably the healthiest possible frame of mind to be in. We want 90% of the population to be in that state of mind. I'm just going to truce. Nematode!
Happy Black Pride Friday to all my sophisticated Negroes in the center-left African American discussion salon.
That's exactly who we are.
The N-word.
Thank you for the $10 tip there, and also we got another one from Dave Johnson, paying me for services rendered.
Payment for my request last night.
Yes, indeed. I rendered services. I called Hines and Miles faggots, and Dave is a man of his word. Thank you, Mr. Dave Johnson.
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
So true, Mr. President. Cheeky says Matt misses a few shows and I mega blackpilled. See? That's if you say stuff like that, then you're just going to ensure that I do more shows. That's a good way to make sure that I do more shows. Because once you tell me that once people start telling me that their ability to truce is affected by me doing shows, well, that's a burden that I will bear. I feel obligated to. Being called a faggot in a game of telephone by the gayest man on earth couldn't be me. But first of all, before we get into all of that other stuff, I just have one. I think I just got one off topic. Basically just kind of one off topic here. Had some amazing clanker bangers in the very beginning. Justine NYT. Now she comes clean.
We're listening. New York Times in the house. Represent. We slide into your chats. We slide in and make a mess. Democracy dies in darkness. But when the lights go out, that's when we get started. Yum.
Okay, and the bonks begin. Justine, New York Times.
No thanks, irrelevant pervert.
That's right. No thanks, relevant pervert, New York Times. Thank you for the tip, Justine. That's WAPO, not the New York Times. So absolute bangers, absolute clanker bangers in the pre-show today. Cyberbully put that pre-show together at the very last minute. Just kind of grabbed some stuff and threw it together at the last minute. And man, he delivered. He sure delivered, because that was a heater. If you're missing out on the pre-show, sometimes it's okay. Sometimes it's just fine. And then sometimes, like, everything just ties together just perfectly. I'm sitting there listening and I'm getting all hyped. That was one for the ages. And that reminded me of this video that I just saw recently about this song Izugaku, Never Say Goodbye, which may go down as one of the best AI songs of all time. It was created by a YouTuber named Steve Terryberry, who typed a bunch of random letters into a song generator and hit optimize. Somehow, the result was a total banger.
Let's just see what it does with that. Optimize. Oh. Okay, it's trying to make sense of my lyrics. Valsui, dancing in the night, is shining through the night. Zix is like a melody. Isugaku sets my spirit free. All right, I like it. We're gonna use those lyrics and the style. I want to try something different. What do we got? Thrash, punk, thundering, intense, power metal. Dragon Force it up for me. Come on, please. I hope it knows what logo mail this time. And the title is gonna be Isugaku, Never Say Goodbye. I have a feeling this is just gonna sound like a Japanese power metal song. Yeah, this could be power metal-y. Yeah! Yes! Oh, that sounds more like 80s hair metal. Power metal would be booty can. It just sounds like Japanese. Sets my spirit free. We're flying. Ice looks across the sky. Never say goodbye. That's catchy as hell. Ice looks across the sky. Never say goodbye.
listen to it. Theodore Dragonsbane says, I don't know why, but he looks like if Thomas the Tank Engine were a person. He totally does. Oh, that's a good one. Cheeky says, love Matt's optimism and neutrality with AI, but man, it's pretty hard not to see all the AI-induced psychosis and think it's a neutral tool or tech and not going to completely cook society. Well, here's the way I look at it. I think that if you had told someone before, and there were people who were probably saying this, but if you told people prior to the introduction of the smartphone that it would turn people into what it turned them into, then it would be really, really hard not to just completely doom out about the existence of the smartphone. But today, there's just, like, nobody's dedicating all their thinking to something like that. We're just kind of like, yeah, smartphones, they do lots of really bad stuff, but they're also totally necessary, and they do a lot of really good, useful stuff as well. So we've just adapted to living with them. I think that's a good illustration of just how this is, just technology in general. AI is going to be, it's going to have a bunch of weird psychosis-inducing effects, and it's going to have a bunch of massive productivity-boosting effects, and it's going to introduce new art forms, which, when studied, will teach us more about reality and how we can operate within it. So it's, I don't think it's something that's worth. Then this is kind of my mentality toward technology in general, just as a matter of principle. So, yeah, make art. Just take it, just make art, and recognize the bad stuff, and do what you can to protect yourself from it or isolate yourself away from it. But also, don't be a Luddite, and don't oppose it just simply because you're only evaluating one side of the ledger. Okay, so of course I can't let Thanksgiving go by without having at least some topics related to Thanksgiving. So I picked some that were perhaps kind of relevant to the rest of the content for the show today. And this first one is J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance planting his flag, let's say.
You know, turkey. Think about turkey. Who really likes? Be honest with yourselves. Who really likes turkey? You're all full of shit. Everybody who raised your hand. I know. Think about it. And here's how I know
all of Greece loved it.
Every single one of you who raised your hand is lying to me. How many times do you roast an 18-pound turkey just randomly? Just, you know, a nice summer afternoon, we're going to go get an 18-pound turkey. Nobody does it because turkey doesn't actually taste that good.
So true, Mr. Vice President.
On the most American holiday.
But, now listen for the but. The man's deep in his bag. He is operating on levels here. So he comes out, turkey sucks. It's a stupid meat. Nobody likes it. But, listen to what comes after the but.
This turkey doesn't actually taste that good. But on Thanksgiving, on the most American holiday, I got a fan over here. On the most American holiday, we're gonna cook a turkey, by God, because that's what Americans do.
Yes!
We cook this gigantic American bird, and we do all kinds of crazy things to make it taste good. I talked to a soldier today, who she said she's gonna deep fry a turkey, and I'm actually gonna deep fry a turkey myself tomorrow. And look, here's the thing. If you've got to deep fry something to make it taste good, it probably isn't that good. That's a pretty good rule of thumb when it comes to food. Chicken is good all the time. Chicken is good when you deep fry it, but it's also good outside of it.
My VP is preaching.
It is so American because at the heart of it is the spirit of gratitude. And I know that every single one of you has something tomorrow to be very thankful for and to be grateful for. And that's what I think, you know, really separates. People ask me all the time for advice.
My vice president is a tradition respecter and tradition understander. Why do we do it? Why is it that it's not a normal thing to just go out and get an 18-pound frozen bird and just cook it just randomly any other time? Well, it's a pain in the ass. I think that's probably the bigger reason. Like, it's a major freaking production. to do it that way. And people just don't have time. But I mean, that does say it's not that good. Now, I happen to enjoy turkey. I'll get a turkey sandwich every once in a while. And I particularly enjoy the turkey sandwiches with mayonnaise and cranberry sauce after Thanksgiving. Cold turkey with mayonnaise and cranberry sauce. If the turkey hasn't been rendered completely dry and tasteless, because you can make it not dry and tasteless if you want to. If it's still got some moisture to it, oh, one of the best meals. White bread, turkey, cranberry sauce, mayonnaise. Mwah. American excellence. Yeah.
I'm gonna come.
Me, when I have a turkey sandwich after Thanksgiving. But, you know, he would have been like this would be like the way that the fake Republicans and Democrats will go and they'll be like, oh, they'll be edgy. I'm gonna go and do a swear, and I'm gonna stake out my position on this really controversial issue. And then there's nothing else. But here he does it, but then he teaches a lesson with it, which is what you want to see your vice president doing as in a position of leadership. This is why we uphold these traditions even when they don't necessarily make sense. We do it because this is what Americans do. And if you don't get the tradition, that's a sign that you're not an American. If you're like, no, do this tradition, it's stupid and gay and we're secularist and whatever else. Well, like, you are volunteering yourself out of identifying as an American, which is fine. You don't have to identify as an American. But if you do identify as an American, part of that is identifying with American traditions. And what's the reason for the tradition? Gratitude. Because we are a people of good character and gratitude. We are a traditional people of good character and gratitude. This is the message coming from the man lined up to inherit the mantle of the MAGA movement as operated through the Republican Party. He has also said separately that this is a new Republican Party. This is not the old Republican Party. Which kind of makes it interesting that Trump is suddenly like, I need to create a clear differentiator between me and the rest of the Republican Party. What about a new party that's named after me? And I think the names he's come up with are kind of bad, which makes me think maybe he's half-assing this. But there is a real thing to that. That there is the party that is defined as identifying with the stated and embodied mission of the MAGA movement, regardless of how directly, perfectly it's been implemented, but aligning with that vision and pursuing that vision by using the political capital of Donald Trump. And then there's Republicans, and there's Democrats. And J.D. Vance is taking that Trump vision in the best possible directions. Now here's the man himself, who, had he not run for president, had he not been a billionaire real estate mogul, probably could have been a stand-up comedian just simply because of how funny it would be to have a guy who looks like him. Like, even if you didn't know him from anything else, having a guy who looks like him talking and doing the sort of stuff he does is just frickin' hilarious. And he can interact with the crowd unlike anyone else.
Anyway, are you ready? Gobble. I just want to tell you this, very important. You are hereby unconditionally pardoned.
He's so freaking funny.
Hereby unconditionally pardoned.
I think that my president's not a big fan of birds. Remember him with the eagle? The eagle was like, "Ma!" at him, and he was like, "Ugh." I kind of think he doesn't like birds all that much. But I saw some people who were like, "Why is he doing this gay shit with the turkey? And why isn't he like arresting people or something?" I don't know. Are you a fucking American? Do you have an appreciation for American traditions? I'm an American, and I want to see my president holding fast to American traditions like pardoning the frickin' turkey.
Beautiful. That's nice. Who would want to harm this beautiful bird?
Yeah, why are we doing this with the turkey? Spiritually brown. That's exactly what it is.
That's good. That's good. Thank you very much. Fantastic job.
Then, also, oh yeah, look at the Melania looking classy as always. Very good representation of, if you're going to have an aristocracy, you want to see an aristocracy that presents itself, that carries itself the way that they do. They are modeling healthy American aristocratic behavior, even if she's not American.
Granting
more of the president doing his stand-up routines.
Cases, granting mercy, discovering that the terrible trauma that everyone's going through. And I had a little bit of a Pritzker joke. I was going to talk about Pritzker and size, but when I talk about Pritzker, I get angry because he's not letting us do the job. So I'm not going to tell my Pritzker joke. They have a very cute little joke, you know. Some speechwriter wrote some joke about his weight. But I would never want to talk about his weight. I don't talk about people being fat. I refuse to talk about the fact that he's a fat slob. I don't mention it. On a more serious note, as we gather around the dinner table, I'd like to lose a few pounds too, by the way.
And then he's self-effacing. How is he so good? I would never talk about someone being fat. Tells the joke without telling it. I wonder if the joke as it was written kind of sucked. And he was looking at it and he was like, no. Come on, you guys don't get it. You guys don't know how to do humor. I know humor. Nobody knows humor like I do. I'm going to tell an even better joke by not telling the joke. I just love the man. Josh Steinman, who has met the president, spoken with him personally, and has a lot to say about him. How does he do it?
The turkeys being pardoned today go by the names of Gobble and Waddle. When I first saw their pictures, I thought we should send them, I shouldn't say this. I was going to call them Chuck and Nancy. But then I realized I wouldn't be pardoning them. I would never pardon.
The white man is back.
Lurch!
Your woman needs a coffee mug with Tucker's face on it.
Ooh, has Tucker got merch? I haven't actually looked into his merch. I got the ALP stuff, but I haven't actually gone and looked at his merch. I need to do that. Please tell me that it's his face laughing. Please tell me that. That look of his face where he's like, please, please, please. Oh my God, he has one of those? Okay. All right. Oh, hold on. We need to look at these. Look at this. Let's see here. TuckerCarlson.com. Where is his shop? Tucker Carlson merchandise. Sorry, I thought you were a Fed. Oh, what else? Realer than a psyop? Santa Claus? Greetings from Christmastown, Maine. Oh, very wholesome. I like that one. I'm getting back into sweatshirts. Wearing a nice sweatshirt. Not a hoodie, not a what do you call the ones that have like the three buttons at the top? That are kind of textured. But sweatshirts. Let's see, what else do we got here? View all. All right, so he's got an ornament, nice and naughty, with him smiling, him looking grumpy. Joy. Come on, there's got to be more than this. Sorry, I called you gay, by the way. What is that? Oh, you can tell how much of this is just total boomer bait. They know exactly. This should tell you something about who they recognize is their demographic. That's great. That is really good. Which one would I get here? I kind of want that "sorry I called you gay" hat. I wonder if he's going to have a hat with his new viral clip. These says featured products. Are there other "'tis the season" show apparel? Is there anything else here? All just like branded leather coasters. Ooh, that's kind of nice. I don't use coasters. Well, that's great. What is that? I do have that other clip, by the way. We will get to it. She wants the joy mug. Okay. All right. She's going to get the joy mug. It will happen. Thank you, Lurch. I appreciate you. Sorry, I called you gay. Okay, back to the president here.
But then I realized I wouldn't be pardoning them. I would never pardon those two people. I wouldn't pardon them. I wouldn't care what Melania told me. Darling, I think it would be a nice thing to do. I won't do it, darling.
Now, that's an interesting thing. That was part of the reason I wanted to play this clip. It was an interesting thing. That's telling you a little something about their relationship. And that Melania is the one who's in public is kind of like, no, you have to be decent. You have to try to moderate. You need to appeal to all Americans, that sort of thing. Yeah, you can see exactly when he goes off script. And then this one. Okay, so he makes a joke here about the auto pen, which has become rather relevant. But I believe this is where we're going to veer off. Yeah. So after this clip here, we're going to veer off and spend the next probably, I don't know, hour and a half or so on a sidebar. We're going to go full schizo on a sidebar, and then we're going to circle back around to the auto pen.
Into a terrible situation caused by a man named Sleepy Joe Biden. He used an auto pen last year for the turkey's pardon. So I have the official duty to determine, and I have determined that last year's turkey pardons are totally invalid, as are the pardons of about every other person that was pardoned other than, where's Hunter? No, Hunter's was good. That was the one pardon, Pam, that was good, right? The rest of them are all invalid. I don't know what the hell you're going to do about that, but now we're going to take a little of the joke in. That is a mess. But they're here.
Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting?
By null and void. The turkeys known as Peach and Blossom last year have been located, and they were on their way to be processed. In other words, to be killed. But I have stopped that journey, and I am officially pardoning them, and they will not be served for Thanksgiving dinner. We saved them in the nick of time. This one has plenty of time, but they were saved in the nick of time.
Yeah, that was another interesting thing. That just Hunter's the only pardon that's good. Now, I don't know if he's saying that it was right that they pardoned him. Is he meaning this on two levels? It was right that they pardoned him, or that was the only pardon that Joe Biden actually signed, so that's the one they can't do anything about. So yeah, he ensures that in his little speech here that he gives you a little more insight into what he's actually thinking about. Now, time to put on our schizo caps, because this is going to be a wild ride. I read through a really, really long series of tweets from Emerald Robinson a few months ago, talking about Venezuela and Smartmatic and Dominion and all of their connections regarding election rigging. And a lot of this is stuff that, if you guys were around at the very, very, very beginning of King Pilled, you would have heard about some of this stuff. I think a lot of those, I don't even know if those episodes are still publicly available. Because we started the show between November of 2020 and January of 2021. So we were observing a lot of this really weird stuff that was happening around like Sidney Powell and Lynn Wood and Patrick Byrne, and it was all adjacent to the whole QAnon thing. But there was very much something that was going on there. This clearly was not some sort of fake. There was clearly some sort of a tussle. There was like a tussle that was happening, different people at odds with each other, people scrambling. And it was clear to make out what was legitimate and real, what was a psyop, what was a competing psyop, and all this sort of stuff. And this is what got me to circle back and go look at the Q stuff, because I hadn't paid any attention to it and was like, it's all, I just kind of assumed what everyone else did. But then there was the P-gate, we'll say. I don't know if I want to say that whole word. Kick is generally pretty good, but I'm going to post this on YouTube later on. So that might be the one word that just think of a word that starts with P. Yeah, I was queuing out on the Jason Stapleton podcast. That's right. Yeah. Cambo Aquaticus knows. So I was trying to figure out what was going on, and it was clear that there was something to the Q thing. And if you guys, I did an episode a few months ago where I showed a documentary that was put together going through all of it. And by the end of that documentary, every single person I've ever showed it to is like, okay, there's something that's here. There's something that's, who knows what it is, but there's obviously a something there. And it's not as simple as just, oh, it's like a deep state plot to entrap patriots. Like, it became that. Definitely. It was definitely used toward that end, but it was more than that. And it hasn't necessarily just gone away. But who knows what it actually is? Well, I think we're kind of starting to get an idea of what was actually going on there. So at the outset here, I'm going to read this new thread that Emerald Robinson has put out, is putting out ongoing, and she's tweeted them all individually, as because she said she doesn't want to have one thread that can be singly deboosted. So she doesn't trust X, she doesn't trust the X algorithm to not deboost this story, even though Elon Musk plays a consequential role in it. And he could come out at any time and deny it and say it's not true. But he hasn't. I've seen some people say, well, Elon hasn't signal boosted it, so it must not be true. I think if it wasn't true, he probably would have come out and slapped it down already. Now, he could at some point. At any point here, he could slap it down, and that'll be a new data point to help us understand exactly what's going on behind the scenes here. But it's starting to pick up some steam. This is you might say, a developing story. But Trump himself signal boosted part of the story, which is when I was like, okay, I've been sitting on this for a few days and kind of watching it as it develops. They got Lara Logan involved, who is I would see Lara Logan as more credible than Emerald Robinson. Now, if this story does play out the way it's been told, then that'll add a lot to Emerald Robinson's credibility. But I would definitely see Lara Logan as more credible than Emerald Robinson, given her background as a journalist who basically kind of went rogue from the regime and suffered mightily for it. But I think that she is a legitimate, honest, sincere journalist, even if she may get stories wrong or whatever. I don't know that she has necessarily, but I'm saying I see her as more credible, and she's picking this up now. So I think it's time to start paying attention to this. And Trump, when he signal boosted it, that's when I was like, okay, yeah, definitely. I absolutely need to now pay more attention to this. And here is when he did that. Emerald Robinson said, the story of how the 2024 election was saved is now breaking on multiple fronts. Gary Burnson did a show with Lara Logan. Now, Gary Burnson is a quote-unquote former CIA operative. Now, obviously, once you start investigating down these sorts of rabbit holes, you have to hold everything lightly. You can't take anything at face value. We're getting into like straight up information warfare. And by its own nature, information warfare can start going all the way down the chain. So it can be operating at multiple different levels, particularly in the modern age with the modern communications capacities that we have. Yeah, Melon, mystery schools also have ways of cutting the cord after you've learned what is required so you aren't dependent. So that comment directed toward Lara Logan is why you should also take what Lara Logan says and hold it lightly. But I'm trying to step back and just say objectively now, we have more credible people who are beginning to plant their flag on this, and it's gaining enough steam and directly implicating specific people in ways that they're basically going to be forced to respond to it. And if they don't, that will be a data point in itself, in its own right. Because it's not like this is something like, oh, Elon doesn't want to respond to it because then he would just be breathing life to it. Because it's already broken containment beyond that point. So she says, Gary Burnson did a show with Lara Logan. So you've got maybe a spook talking to definitely a spook. And you've got Patrick Byrne went on InfoWars. Patrick Byrne is definitely a spook. Now look what Donald Trump is telling you. She says, do you still doubt my sources? Stolen Elections with Gary Burnson and Ralph Pizzullo, this episode from Going Rogue with Lara Logan. And he says, we must focus all of our energy and might on election fraud. Now, is it possible that Trump just saw Lara Logan posted an episode about stolen elections? And he doesn't really know what it's about. But he's like, oh, that's right. Good job, Lara Logan. Talk about stolen elections. That's an important thing to focus on. And he doesn't actually know the substance of the story, or he isn't signal boosting or confirming the substance of the story itself. I don't know. We just have to pin that thought. So the first thing I want to play, before I get into Emerald's thread, I had to open every single tweet because she tweeted them all individually, and it's like 30-something tweets. But before we get to that, here's this clip from Lara Logan's show where she's talking to this guy, Gary Burnson. Gary Burnson and Patrick Byrne are guys that we're going to hear more about in the Emerald Robinson thread. So she says, Smartmatic set up its office inside Venezuela's election commission with engineers working side by side to steal elections and defeat audits. Gary Burnson explains how ballot images are swapped, source code is hidden, and 14 methods of fraud are mixed, so no pattern is ever found. The same engineers later moved into U.S. counties and flipped long red districts overnight. This is from Going Rogue with Lara Logan, episode 45, Stolen Elections, How America's Enemies Are Stealing the Republic.
The important thing to understand here is that Smartmatic has its office in Caracas, and it's co-located with the Consejo National Electoral, the National Electoral Commission. And there's 150 Smartmatic engineers and 150 C&E engineers side by side. They have two missions. Number one, steal elections. Number two, defeat audit. Study audit. How do different states and different localities conduct their audit? So that when they're audited, you defeat audit. An example.
Yeah. Kate says Emerald's been claiming that Trump has lost control of the CIA and John Ratcliffe is in over his head. She also says one of Trump's lawyers in the DOJ is also compromised, so I don't know if she's misreading things or if she likes to generate sensational headlines for clicks. She seems sincere, but there's times when she's said certain things that makes me a little sus. Yes, we're going to get into that because this is one of those things that has to be parsed out because clearly there's psyops going in one way or the other. There's, it's like the psyop radar goes off. Okay, there's a psyop here. Who is trying to psyop me and toward what end? And it seems as if there's multiple people who are all trying to psyop me, and some of them may be doing it for beneficent reasons, and some may be doing it for malignant reasons, and then some people may be doing it for their own reasons that are neither malignant nor beneficent. He probably never truly had sovereignty over the CIA. I think that's true. And the other thing would be that I think even saying like anybody having control over the CIA now is what does that even mean? How do you put boundaries around the CIA and say this is the CIA, this is not the CIA? How would you even do that? How would you even begin to do that? By its own nature, it's not something that you can contain. So I don't think any president has had control over the CIA for decades. But it's becoming clearer and clearer now that the CIA is completely a rogue agency. And so that's, I think, one thing that needs to be kept in mind here. Superior B says the CIA is the paramilitary arm of MI6. I think that once you start talking about CIA, MI6, and Mossad, it's very difficult to disentangle them all. And there's a number of other intelligence agencies. Like, intelligence agency is almost an industry that has its own personalities and assets. You can almost think of it that way. So any intelligence agency is more a part of the industry of intelligence agency than it is a part of any other organization. And that industry is basically a large network of cartels. So when you talk about the intelligence agencies, you're kind of intelligence agencies, NGOs, corporations, nonprofits, philanthropic vehicles, bank ownership, all of these is kind of this is the regime itself. And then there are people within that. I'm sure there are good CIA agents. I've known personally people who I trust who personally know CIA agents and trust them. So it's not that every single person who's a part of these intelligence agencies is disloyal or, is evil or a bad guy or whatever. But once you start getting into this world, you kind of have to suspend disbelief about a lot of different things, because by its very nature, this world exists in the shadows and in secret, and you're kind of trying to view it through a fog, through a mist. So he's describing here that basically there's a network of people whose profession is rigging elections. And he's describing the methods that they've been using to rig elections through these voting machines, which by this point, I think everyone has kind of accepted that voting machines are used to rig elections. And it's very clear that the people who have primarily been rigging elections are working toward one particular end, which would be the end of the Democrat Party, Davos, World Economic Forum, the large parts of Wall Street, large parts of progressive philanthropists, that whole thing, that whole cabal of people that we call shorthand the regime or City of London, or
welcome to the Gulag. If you survive,
insert your name.
Freedom.
Thank you, Dave TBH, with some gifted subs coming in. 5 gifted subs, one to AI Curmudgeon, one to GFY Industries, that's a good name, Hail Victory, Campify Z, and Tour 0420. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Dave.
Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
Dave is
Patriot.
A patriot. Thank you, my friend. Okay, so he's talking about the way that they, some of the methods that they're using to rig elections. This is some of their actual, based on whistleblower. Supposedly, the story is we've had whistleblowers who have now been coming out and saying this is the way that it's been done. What are they motivated by? Who knows? There could be an infinite number of reasons that motivate these whistleblowers. Are the whistleblowers coming out and informing about election fraud? Is this itself the operation? Is this to induce some sort of crackdown on election fraud that creates the pretext for the next thing? Who knows? This is not going to be an episode where we draw hard conclusions on things, at least for me. You're free to do what you want. But this is more about laying out the landscape and trying to understand what the actual field of play is. Raymond Harmon says, I would agree the intel community, quote unquote, is power, with a capital P, power, but more precisely, it's the political arm of that network of agents, aka people who just do things. That's a good point. Yeah, it's the political arm of that. But I think it also goes beyond that. It has a political dynamic, but then it also has an operational dynamic, and maybe you would say political and operational are the same. But this is not a. This whole, it's a network of networks, and trying to reduce it to a single faction with a singular motivation is foolhardy. It will trend that way more and more as the fight becomes more and more existential, and one side ultimately gets backed in around one particular issue. That will become the fight to end all fights, so to speak. But this could also take decades. This is not necessarily something that's going to be resolved next month. This is an ongoing battle for control over imperial infrastructure. Okay, he says, I organize political as the functions necessary for organization. Okay, yeah. So, this is about trying to evaluate the state of play. And if all of this information that's coming out is true, or even if a substantial portion of it is true, I think that alters the landscape of the state of play sufficiently that it needs to be taken into consideration. And most people, I think, are not.
When people put absentee ballots on a scanner, it'll take a picture and take a picture and take a picture. And then when it's about to save them, it gets ready to take a picture of almost 100 together. But what it does is they erase that picture, send in another picture, because all these machines are connected to the internet. They're all hooked up. They're not supposed to be. A new picture comes in, 100 votes or 90% for the person that they want.
Mm-hmm.
But when you do the audit, you're not allowed to look in the box. You have to look at the screens. They've changed the rules around the country in the different states that make it almost impossible to show that they cheated because of, and what they do also is
so they essentially what's happening is that these machines are connected to the internet, and somebody remotely is at some sort of remote location is able to access these machines and change the images. So when they put when you put your ballot in on these voting machines, it takes a picture of it, and then they can duplicate those images but change the results on it. And someone's accessing it remotely. And then legislatively, as a matter of like election security or whatever, they have narrowly defined the audit rules to prevent the people who are remotely accessing them from being detected.
they'll make proprietary the source code. You can't examine that. You can't look at different types of technologies proprietary because that's where they're cheating. And they blocked those individuals.
And they did this under the basis of national security because they said that this is key infrastructure. So these algorithms, this source code is proprietary and it cannot be made public. It cannot be publicly audited because if it was publicly audited, that would be a violation of national security. This is the pretext that they've used to get these laws passed. So there's got to be some people who are engaged in the process of managing the legislative process. And how is legislation made? Well, you get research experts who come in and give presentations, which are then recommended by the executive branch agencies. They say, well, here's what the experts say. So Congress, you must legislate on this basis. And then who writes the legislation? The lobbyists. The lobbyists in cooperation with congressional staffers. And so under the auspices of national security, they have formally locked in this practice of election theft. Of course, if someone could remotely access voting machines, of course they're going to get hacked. And of course, really powerful people are going to very quickly move to control that access, because you literally can now determine elections. So we're going to spread democracy. We're going to make sure that every single country on the planet is governed by democracy, by elections. And then we're going to be very pro-technology to ensure that, well, the way we have to secure these is through voting machines. You don't want to be like this third world country that uses paper ballots and tallies all this up. Someone could be just stuffing paper ballots in there. So we need to have our secure technology. Well, then, of course, if people are going to secure the ability to rig elections, then they're also going to either network and partner with or themselves move to secure the people who are up for election. Now you've got two levels of control. And then it becomes self-perpetuating. Because you control the people who make the laws, and then you control the people who make the laws.
Very cleverly. One of the things that we learned is there's 14 different technical ways that you can steal an election. And they're operating off different parts of the machinery, but they can use number 1 and number 3, number 6 and number 7. They can use combinations, and they never use the same combinations in adjacent districts.
So what does this mean? This means that someone has been tasked with researching and studying all the different ways that you can rig elections without being detected. And they've come up with 14. 14? 14 methods to rig elections in 88 districts? So, 14 ways to rig 88 elections. Yes, Slutty Milk, you and I are on the same page. And so they don't use them in adjacent districts. So they ensure that, okay, we're going to use these methods here and then these methods in the adjacent district. So somebody's going to go and try and look for a pattern. It's going to distract all their patterns. So that whoever was responsible for researching this would have to have some sort of understanding of how voter tabulation and trends and stuff are tracked, because they're hiding the vote alterations. They're making them look organic, so the people can't pick out patterns and identify the election fraud. Well, this means somebody was paid and tasked with the responsibility of figuring out how to hack elections. You know who it probably was? It was probably the people who were most concerned about election security. In the same way that they were doing gain-of-function research on viruses, and that this is what the industry of virology had become, the industry of election security had been, we need to figure out all the different ways that an election could be rigged, and then we're going to take that knowledge and we're going to sell it to people who want to rig elections. They were doing electoral rigging gain-of-function research.
So that you can't find patterns.
They prepare an election a year in advance. They have the poll books. They have hundreds of people. They have statisticians. They have comms engineers, software engineers. This was the science of engineer theft and a multi-billion-dollar business globally.
And that's what you document in this book, is how they have, it started in Venezuela, and yes, it spread to the United States, but they have stolen elections all over the world.
Yes, that's correct.
In fact, you know, there's that famous video on YouTube of the Philippines Parliament, right, when they excoriate a man called Haida Garcia, who's a member, an employee of SMARTMATIC.
Yes, that's correct.
And they know that their election has been stolen. They know SMARTMATIC is responsible. And I mean, that guy sits there and he gets beaten up by the parliament in the Philippines, and then they banish him, right? They kick him out of the country.
I think Laura lived in the UK for a while, and that's where she picked up the accent. It was one of the other Anglo nations. South African. Oh, she actually is South African. I didn't realize that. She is originally she was born in South Africa. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. So, it says she is South African on Wikipedia. I don't know if she's now American as well, or if she's still just South African. But she's been, ever since Benghazi, basically, she has been in this more kind of alternative space that overlaps a lot with the P-Gate story and the QAnon, all these sort of more schizo right-wing spaces. She's been around in them for quite a while, alternative media kind of, but she has an air, at least, of more credibility. So she's one of the journalists that I think she's probably kind of sort of like a 90s lib, but she's also just an honest person. And she's had more credibility that I think when she decides to take up a story like this, that says something to it. Sort of like a Matt Taibbi, or at least on COVID, there was that one guy, name's escaping me now. Another one of those sort of alternative journalists. Yeah, she's on War Room a lot. So I do think that her taking on this story brings with it more legitimacy to it. It makes me take it more seriously.
And where does he go? He ends up in Tarrant County,
Fort Worth, Texas.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes. Which
He's
is
the election commissioner.
Yes,
that was
as
in
the election
Dallas,
commissioner.
right?
Now then he moved to Dallas.
Yeah.
And now he's the president of Heart Intercivic.
Yeah, but
so listen to this. This guy who was being excoriated. Let me go back. I kind of interrupted that talking about her accent, but listen to this story.
Of the Philippines Parliament, right, when they excoriate a man called Haida Garcia, who's a member, an employee of SMARTMATIC.
Yes, that's correct.
And they know that their election has been stolen. They know SMARTMATIC is responsible. And I mean, that guy sits there and he gets beaten up by the parliament in the Philippines, and then they banish him, right? They kick him out of the country. And where does he go? He ends up in Tarrant County,
Fort Worth, Texas.
Right?
Yeah.
He goes to Fort Worth.
Yes, which
He's
is
the election commissioner.
Yes,
that was
as
in
the election
Dallas, right?
commissioner.
Now then he moved to Dallas.
Yeah.
And now he's the president of Heart Intercivic, I believe.
Yeah, which is another, they give it another company. It's Heart Intercivic or it's Smartmatic or it's Sequoia or it's Dominion. But they all use the same software. And the best part is, the first election that he runs in Texas, he had a county that had been red for 67 years straight. And in one election cycle, he flipped it blue.
Well, it shows you how far they've penetrated our election system.
And think about that. Like, when you get these for example, Florida. There was this building narrative. Oh, Florida is going more and more blue, and it's because of all the Hispanics, and so Florida's like a purple state. And then all of a sudden, they get their elections under control. Now their election results get reported almost immediately, and they've gone not just right, but they've gone hard right, or let's say hard Republican at least. How many of these other swing states are not actually swing states? How much of the purpling of some of these states is not an actual reflection of the electorate itself? Some of it is, but some of this is also self-reinforcing. The more that people who live in Texas are told that Texas is becoming more and more liberal, the more inclined many of them are going to be to become more and more liberal. And the more someone who may not have previously thought about moving to Texas will consider moving to Texas, someone who is more liberal. So there's a degree to which it's true. But I would say almost certainly it's not nearly as true as it's been made out to be. But again, this thing becomes self-reinforcing. It's like a self-licking ice cream cone. The more people report on this being true, and the more the elections are rigged to make it look true, the more people believe it to be true, and the more that it becomes true. There's a lesson in this. There's a propaganda lesson in this. Hyper-reality is a thing. We'll talk more about this in the future. I've got a lot more to get through today, so I'm just going to keep it going.
So these engineers and they're they end up running elections in all these counties. They take over. They that's part of their contract. And so they develop expertise and they learn how to penetrate our system. They learn how to hide the results. And they've been doing this since 2008.
Do they get help from the U.S.?
Yes, they do get help.
Let me talk for a second about how the investigation begins.
Yes, no such thing as fiction. Drill that in your head. There is no such thing as fiction. This is why we truced.
In 2020, I am with my business partner and we do asset recovery. We were studying and doing filings against the Cartel del Solis, the largest criminal cartel in the world, drug trafficking.
Which is Venezuelan.
Which is the Venezuelan regime. And
Cartel of the Suns,
yes,
right?
And it's called the Cartel of the Suns is because it's the Venezuelan army. They have suns on their epaulets, not stars. So the Venezuelan army is the logistical arm of the cartel, and it's led by Nicolas Maduro, the president. The president of Venezuela is the cartel leader, all right? So we're doing this investigation on the filing, and we see the election happen, and I turn to my business partner. His name is Martin Rodil. He's a Venezuelan initially. He's got a green card now, living in the United States, and he's a genius. And
this is 2020?
This is 2020, and he turns to me and says, I was involved in an investigation years ago, and Smartmatic was stealing elections in Venezuela. And I'm sure they were. And he gave me some information. We said, let's look this up and start looking at these things.
Well, there were a lot of people in Venezuela who felt that, right? I mean, there were protests and there was an uprising and backlash against it. Because the Venezuelans didn't believe the election result.
And there's another thing that, another one of these feedback loops here, which is part of the way that they do these color revolutions, is if you rig the election, and the people are, wait a second, this doesn't correspond with my experience. Something seems off here. Then there's going to be a natural desire to react. Well, then what's the next step in the color revolution? Is you capitalize on that reaction. You feed that. You fan that into a revolution. You get agents. You get people paid off. This is like they were doing this in Iran. They were doing this in Guatemala in the 50s. This way of overturning elections is an age-old practice of not necessarily the CIA and not necessarily MI6 specifically. The CIA and MI6 are expressions of British intelligence, the way that the intelligence means and operations of Anglo intelligence as an industry. Now, that can be manifested through the CIA or through MI6, or to a certain degree through Mossad, or through any of these others. But notice that on a number of different issues, the Trump administration has cut off intelligence sharing with Five Eyes. Wouldn't that be interesting? I wonder why that is. Trying to disrupt Anglo intelligence as a thing is like maybe this is the most important AI, is Anglo intelligence. And by intelligence, I mean like intelligence operations. The sorts of methods and techniques and worldview that proliferates within the Anglo intelligence worlds. They've cut off Five Eyes for a couple of different things. I remember with the Israel-Iran thing, they cut off some intelligence sharing around that and around Ukraine. And then there was a couple others that I can't bring to mind right now, but we've seen that headline pop up a number of different times. I think I'll just say it here, that I think there's plenty of evidence that significant members within the Trump administration are well aware of what's happening, and they're operating within a hostile threat landscape. And they're aware that there are some threats, and they're aware of some threats and they know where the threats are. And then they're also aware of some threats and they don't know where those threats are. And every single thing that they do has to be read through that lens, I think. Raymond Harmon says, I simplify, even while understanding it's almost too simple. Power, properly speaking, power, capital P power, as a network to global liberals. The systems and goals map to global organizations far better than any singular organization. Right. And there is lots of representation of Jews within that world. There's lots of representation of Anglos within that world. There's lots of representation of continental Europeans within that world. And then there's also China, various different Middle Eastern, Persian influences, because all of these are kind of blended together. But there's this, you could call it this tool that is this intelligence industry, and there's lots of factions that are vying for control of that tool, and they're all using that tool. And sometimes they collaborate, and sometimes they're at odds with each other. So there's a particular methodology that proliferates within these different institutions, but it's represented among a bunch of different ethnicities who are all, again, the analogy I've used before about the water of power is sloshing around right now. And it's going to resettle in different places. But these psyops are operating at all sorts of different levels because this particular methodology has proliferated to where now it's being turned in on itself. It was part of the globalist worldview. Now the globalist worldview is being turned against itself.
Within a couple of days, we had an individual in Miami contact us. It was a university professor in Venezuela that trained many of the people that were working for Smartmatic. And he told us the story of how they were stealing elections, and he knew quite a bit. Then he introduced us to an actual employee of Smartmatic. And that individual had a family member that was involved, and he was murdered by the company. And that story was unbelievable. And then we met another, and we went through human, the two of us. Martine Rodil, my business partner, is one of the most capable people on the planet.
Very well respected.
And very, very brave.
Mm-hmm.
And the regime hates him. And we went from source to source and grew the knowledge bigger and bigger and bigger. And almost for 2 years we did this. And then finally we thought we need help because we're getting a larger number of sources. So we sought out General Mike Flynn because he's a...
Okay, so with both of these guys now, we've got Garrett Bernson, we've got Michael Flynn. With both of these guys, the question might be asked, are these guys agents of this intelligence industry? Are they rogue agents of this intelligence industry? Or are they agents of this intelligence industry posing as rogue agents of this intelligence industry? I don't know the answer. I think any of these could be true. You kind of have to keep all of these threads open in parallel and evaluate them against each other as you get more data. So in other words, you might say, are they good guys? Are they bad guys? Or are they some third category working toward some other angle? That'd be like the oversimplified version of it.
He's a good friend and he's a patriot.
Great man.
And when we met General Flynn, he took us to a place and we met with him and a man by the name of Patrick Byrne. And
Yes,
Patrick Byrne.
I know Patrick.
Patrick Byrne is the man that ultimately financed this. None of this would have been possible for us to
If he hadn't put the
recruit
money up.
a dozen of these things, to pay for all. We built a computer lab. It was just unbelievable. We got images of elections that were released by courts so we could practice with them and the engineers. And so we got members from not just Smartmatic, but from Dominion, from other companies, all these people that did this. And we literally had a computer lab outside the United States. We built it in one place and then built it in another place because when we went and tried to get help in the United States, we went to the FBI, to an FBI officer in Washington, D.C.
How'd that work out?
And when we briefed the FBI officer and they saw that, they said, Mr. Burnson, you need to flee the city. The FBI, my supervisors, if they see this, will find a way to destroy this and they will charge you with crimes of some type
Wow.
to stop you. And I didn't think that was funny. And I said, we're not fleeing. And that FBI officer said, look, you need to help us because I know what you're doing. I understand you're trying to save the country. Go to the Congress and go to the media.
I will say that sitting here listening, just looking at the guy, looking at what he looks like, and listening to him talk, listening to the way he communicates, he's either an extraordinarily sophisticated intelligence operative or he's sincere. Because he gives off he's got that very kind of like medieval yeoman sort of blue collar, looks like an old school wrestler. Yeah, he looks very, very American. He looks very, very, just red-blooded, Tom Homan-esque kind of. But he also may just be playing that role very well. I don't know yet.
They'll help you. Well, we went to the media. We went to, and I'm not going to say the names, but we went to some pretty well-known journalists who didn't want any part of us. Didn't want to. We showed them what we had. They go, that's shocking, but I'm afraid my company won't let me report this. And when we went to the Congress, they were afraid.
Should have come to me.
They
Gary.
wouldn't have helped. They wouldn't help us. One politician in America was not afraid.
Who was
Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma.
Yes.
He's a.
So this is very interesting. This is another data point now that we need to monitor going forward. We need to keep an eye on Mr. Mark Wayne Mullen. And I've been kind of mixed on what I've seen and heard from him in the past. Some of the stuff has been really, really good. I've had a couple of things that he said or done where I've been kind of like, it seems kind of Rand Paulian. But this is very, very interesting, particularly because Mark Wayne Mullen himself has some very interesting connections to Afghanistan. Which we're going to see Afghanistan obviously is starting to play a bigger and bigger role.
Real man, that guy.
He's a real man.
He is a hell of a guy.
Also went and rescued people in Afghanistan.
He's a hell of a guy. And when he saw it, but it took us years to get to him.
Yeah.
Now, I'll kind of get ahead of ourselves just a little bit here. Afghanistan very obviously is a major CIA hotspot that they have been funneling money and assets and people and weapons through. And they're bringing in trained agents from Afghanistan. So anything that comes out of Afghanistan that is adjacent to Afghanistan needs to be viewed with an extra level of scrutiny. But it does stand to reason, if you're going to take this story of like people who are inside the apparatus, who are patriots, who are beginning to whistleblow or try to coordinate against the apparatus from the inside, which is kind of the overarching premise here, then you would expect that the people who would be the first to act would be the ones who are closest to the dirty stuff. So you would expect it to be someone from the CIA coordinating in a certain way with someone who's a member of Congress who was connected with the military in Afghanistan. Those facts alone do not disprove the narrative. They don't confirm the narrative, but they also probably wouldn't be present if the narrative was there. So this is what a lot of people, when they're starting to try to understand these sorts of psyops, they'll go one level deep. This is like the breaking slop stuff. So they'll say things like, in this case, maybe Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, who was embedded with the CIA in Afghanistan, claims that yada, yada, whatever. And it's like, okay, congratulations, you were able to look up his Wikipedia page and read from it. But you're a moron. That detail is relevant to the story, but it's not determinative of the conclusion of the story. Mr. Sue says there are America First and globalist CIA factions. I think Tucker comes from the former. I agree. I do agree. Yeah, Scott Besson, who worked for Soros level stuff. Exactly. And way too many of our guys. I said that there's like this sort of new mainstream that has its own flavor of fake news. That I'm seeing more and more of our guys, especially the ones who are really demoralized and really discouraged and starting to get more and more anguished and desperate in their posting. I've noticed that they're falling for all sorts of fake news from these breaking slop things, which is like the new brand of fake news. The boomers just did whatever the TV told them, and now it's like the fake news victims are just doing whatever the headline tells them.
And all this time, we're, Patrick Byrne and all these engineers are, engineering and re-engineering and moving country and doing all of this stuff.
Well, Patrick is kind of a savant.
And Mike Flynn, though, was a real hero because Flynn believed in us, went to see the engineers. He didn't want to just believe us. Flynn wanted to talk to the engineers. He was like, these are the real engineers. Yeah. They built the damn system.
See, that was the unique part about their investigation is that they had got the guys, they had recruited the people who built the source code, who were running the system, who were running elections. Right, so they could tell them. You could go to them and say, "How did you steal this election?" And they go, "Okay, we did it this way."
Listen, you know what? That's called a first-hand source.
Yes, first-hand source. 9 months before the election, we think, okay, this isn't working out with the journalists. This is not working out with the Congress. Bloody people don't want to help us.
Again, Gary, you went to the wrong journalist.
Right. So let's go to. There was one U.S. attorney in the country that we knew. And that U.S. attorney was a brave guy. He was a smart guy. I don't want to say his name because he's involved in investigations that are important right now on this.
I have a suspicion about who that U.S. attorney is, potentially. We'll get to it.
And we went to him and we did the full brief with our attorneys with us. We brought 3 of our attorneys. We sat in front of a U.S. attorney and 3 AUSAs and did the full show for 3.5 hours, showed the technology, the whole thing. And they took unbelievable notes. And they said, okay, stand pat. We're going to report all of this to the Office of Public Integrity. And probably within 3 to 4 weeks, the FBI will contact you and work with you on this. They never contacted us. They decided to pursue us and investigate us. Shame on them.
He very much sounds to me like he is a company man. He is a believer. The man is just a patriot. He thinks he's serving his country. He is like this a particular Gen X archetype. That like shame on them. How dare they not? Like he believes in these institutions. He believes he's been fully taken in by that narrative. But he's like, you're not being true to your own institution. You need to be an honest intelligence agent. You need to be an honest law enforcement official. Very Tom Homan-esque. So here's this thread now from Emerald Robinson. A few weeks before the 2024 election, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen and former Senator David Perdue finally arranged a meeting between Trump advisor Susie Wiles and the one man who could explain exactly how America's election systems are rigged. The meeting took place at Mar-a-Lago. So, this is an extremely specific claim. I'm not just going to believe something Emerald Robinson says just because she says it. There's stuff that she's written about and some stuff she's claimed that I don't really, I think is more in the slop world. But this is an extremely specific claim naming specific people who, if they wanted, can come out and slap this down at any point. Notably, former Senator David Perdue. Do you know who David Perdue is now? He is the ambassador to China. Isn't that an interesting thing? He was appointed as ambassador to China. So in October of 2024, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen and the guy who is now the ambassador to China finally arranged a meeting between Trump advisor Susie Wiles and the one man who could explain exactly how America's election systems are rigged. The meeting took place at Mar-a-Lago. Now, I know some of you guys may be seeing Susie Wiles and you're thinking about something. Hold on a second, I'll get to that. Susie Wiles had publicly said that election fraud was not real and that people who thought so were, quote, crazy. After the briefing, she didn't know what to think. She asked for a piece of cake. She ate it slowly. Then she made the decision. Trump's team should be briefed too. Now, Daryl Cooper, Martyr Maid, recently reported on the Inquisition podcast that Susie Wiles, as the chief of staff, has been gatekeeping access to Trump. Basically, if you want access to Trump, like emergency access at the last minute, then you have to make a payment to her foundation or something along those lines. And Susie Wiles has a very checkered history. She is a former pharma lobbyist. I believe she was chief of staff for a while for Ron DeSantis and was fired. She was also temporarily involved in the campaign of one Benjamin Netanyahu. So she is not someone who, I believe, inherently merits trust. However, the way this story is being told, if it is true, and Emerald is the type who probably would be inclined to really not like Susie Wiles. So I think it's undeniable that Susie Wiles is gatekeeping access to Trump. What I don't know is if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Particularly now given this story. And there's a lot of people who I really trust and respect who think that Susie Wiles is like the one thing that is holding Trump back. And I'm open to that. I'm not completely convinced she's not. However, stories like this one are ones that there's basically a few people that I'm waiting for. Who, if they come out and they start going after Susie Wiles, but especially based on the terms upon which they go after her, that would be like the signal to me. And the fact that these certain people have not gone after her yet is why I'm withholding judgment. But that's been my frame of mind before I encountered this story from Emerald starting a few days ago. But if this story is true, then it would be good if access to Trump was gatekept. I could even see Trump requiring access to him to be gatekept. Perhaps. I don't know. I'm not saying that's what is the case. I'm saying that I would find that believable. But telling me that access to Trump is being gatekept doesn't tell me that something bad automatically is happening. It depends on who's being gatekept and for what reasons. If any amount of this story is true, then it's very clear that the administration, the core members of the administration, are well aware that they are behind enemy lines to a large degree. And they've done a number of things that make it clear that they're like things like isolating intelligence sharing with Five Eyes. Those are the sorts of actions that they imply to me that there is a lot of suspicion by significant decision makers within the administration about who they can and cannot trust. Seems reasonable gatekeeping yourself after surviving an assassination attempt. Yeah, true. Yeah, and then there's the comments that Trump has made where he said she's the most powerful woman in the world and she's, but is that him saying I'm trapped behind her? Or is that him saying, I know lots of you guys don't trust her, but I do, lay off? I don't know. Genuinely don't know. Both would be believable to me. But the reports that Trump is thinking about firing her are totally unsubstantiated. It's just like some of these breaking slop accounts that say, oh, rumors that this is going to happen. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But taking that as confirmation that she's a problem and that you can't put that in the confirmation bucket. You just have to put that in the maybe bucket. There's an information war going on out there, folks. So what in this story? So in the past, she said election fraud isn't real. These people are crazy. Then she gets this briefing. And she gets this briefing from ostensibly two very serious people. Mark Wayne Mullen and David Perdue. So is her reaction to this, her realizing, the jig is up. I can't keep this away from Trump now. She knew about it. But now she's like, okay, I can't keep it from him anymore. So I need to sit here and think, how am I going to play this? Is that what it is? Or is this her being like, holy shit, I thought this was absurd, but now I've seen incontrovertible evidence that it's true, and my own interests are tied so closely to Trump that I'm strongly invested in ensuring that he continues to be successful. You got to realize that if Trump is successful with his agenda, a lot of very powerful people stand to make a tremendous amount of money. So there are a lot of very powerful people who have a very strong incentive to want Trump to be successful. These are the sorts of terms upon which you get heel turns or face turns one way or the other. Again, the water of power is sloshing around right now. So the fact that somebody has been not trustworthy in the past doesn't necessarily mean they're not trustworthy going forward, and vice versa. So she decides Trump's team needs to be briefed. Now, again, I'm holding both of these narratives in my head at the same time. Is this her being like, okay, I need to manage this situation, and it's unavoidable. Now I've got actual senators coming to me. I can't just poo-poo them away. They can make a stink about this. That puts me in a really bad spot and makes Trump stop trusting me. So I've got to advance the ball forward, but figure out how to manage it along the way. That's definitely one possible interpretation. We'll come back to that later. And then the other possible interpretation is she's like, oh shit, this is actually something real, and we need to take this seriously because this represents an existential threat to Trump's power. In the end, the man stayed at Mar-a-Lago for 3 days to brief everyone. There was only one man who Wiles trusted to confirm it all. Elon Musk. Isn't that interesting? So instead of taking it to Trump, she takes it to Elon. I'm not quite sure what to make of that. I could read it kind of a few different ways. We're just going to continue. A call was made. The man found himself in a room with Musk. Musk declined to sit through a full briefing. Just give me your data, he said. So, this I very much believe. This sounds like Elon. Don't give me your fucking PowerPoint presentation. Give me the data. So Elon Musk read an AI summary of the technical data. You'll get more details on this story later on, and I'll come back to it, because I'm going to play Emerald Robinson giving more details about the story after we go through the thread. Again, tuck in, folks. This is going to be a long one. And please do remember to support your streamer. Tips.kingpill.com. Link is pinned in the Kick chat. And if you're watching on X, seems like you've got a pretty good number of people who are over there, then do come over to Kick and join in with everyone else. So Elon read the AI summary of the technical data. Then he picked up his phone and made a call. Quote, "We have a problem. It's true. It's true." That sounds like Elon was already aware of this possibility. Remember the last really long thread that I did of Emerald Robinson? Very strongly, I can't remember if she may have said this explicitly or I just put these two and two together, that there was that group of people, undercover group of people, who briefed Elon on this. So Elon was already read in. I can't remember if she said they did or if I said, it seems very clear to me that they did. But he says, we have a problem, it's true. Then Musk got on a plane to host a Trump rally in Pennsylvania. It was October 17, 2024. Musk got on stage and attacked Dominion. You guys may remember this. When Musk went on stage in Pennsylvania and started talking about the voting machines and specifically calling out Dominion. It was like, well, that's kind of an interesting thing for him to do. So Elon Musk said at the rally, there's always the question of Dominion voting machines. It's weird that they're used in Philadelphia and Maricopa County, but not a lot of other places. Doesn't that seem like a heck of a coincidence? Musk was warning us the system was rigged. How could the 2024 steal be stopped a few weeks before the election? The man who briefed Musk had a team, Patrick Byrne and Gary Burnson. This team had recruited a dozen people who knew how the rigged system was built in Venezuela. They'd worked for Smartmatic and Maduro. This group of whistleblowers were hiding at a hotel in Gstaad, Switzerland, before the 2024 election. Now, this is interesting. Switzerland. I wonder why Switzerland was the place that they were hiding. That's awful close to the city of London. So that sends up some red flags. That's where General Flynn flew to see them. Flynn asked, how long has election fraud been going on? They said Venezuela now rigs it in 72 countries for the last 20 years. The whistleblowers from Venezuela had video meetings with Musk's team and Trump's team to explain the technical details of the election fraud. The most important detail, the Dominion IP addresses had been located. All it cost? $15 in Bitcoin from an anonymous Japanese account on X. More on that when she tells the story herself later on. The relevant data and IP addresses were now verified. That's when Senator Mullen came to the rescue again. A cybersecurity team got the data. 3 days before the 2024 election, the Dominion office in Serbia was hit. Their computers were useless. This is where the story starts getting real wild. Now you've got, supposedly, a Dominion office in Serbia. And I've heard about all this stuff in the past. None of this is new to me. I've kind of heard these stories leaking out here and there for the last 5 years. There was a Dominion office in Serbia that was hit 3 days before the 2024 election, and I remember hearing about this at the time. Remember, from the previous video, the way that they were rigging these is there was a team of people who were accessing the voting machines because they were connected to the internet. They were accessing them remotely. Yes, I see you guys in the chat. On election day, nobody knew if the cybersecurity team had been successful knocking out the Serbian computers. Everybody at Mar-a-Lago had to wait for the results without certainty. The man who had briefed Musk flew to Oslo that day. His team would flee the USA if they failed. Imagine the moment on election day. Trump had no idea if he would win. So Patrick Byrne watched results from Qatar. That's a very interesting note. Patrick Byrne was taking refuge in Qatar. Gary Bernsen watched from Switzerland. All of them would be hunted down if the 2024 election fraud was successful, and the USA would be finished. Trump was upset with his own staff after Elon Musk verified the fraud was real. He'd been gaslit for 4 years by his team to drop the topic. In fact, his staff hired a Cuban intelligence asset in 2020 to investigate the fraud, to lie to Trump that our elections were fair. But that's the thing about Trump. He always hired the wrong people. His own advisors had tried to keep Trump from meeting with the team that saved the 2024 election. People like Boris Epstein and Chris LaCivita had blocked the truth at every turn. Let's call the team that saved the 2024 election the Three Musketeers. That's the man who briefed Musk and Bernsen and Patrick Byrne. I've now interviewed them many times, along with Smartmatic whistleblowers from Venezuela. I've confirmed key facts with ODNI. Here's another significant claim that she's making. She's claiming that she's been in touch with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and ODNI has confirmed key facts with her. Haven't you noticed that Tulsi Gabbard has been completely invisible for a while? She came out, she dropped a whole bunch of bombs on the Obama Russiagate stuff with Brennan and Clapper and all of them. And then she just kind of disappeared. They announced, it was leaked or announced a couple of weeks ago that guys like Hegseth and Stephen Miller and Tulsi Gabbard were being moved onto military bases. They're living on military bases. And supposedly, Emerald Robinson is claiming that she has been in touch with, this may even be Tulsi directly. Here's where the story gets really wild. The Three Musketeers were also the ones who warned Trump about election fraud after the 2020 election. After the 2020 election, where do you think Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani got their information about Smartmatic? And Judge Jeanine got them connected. So here's another very interesting claim. Judge Jeanine is being pulled in here as the one who made this connection. Where is Judge Jeanine now? She was appointed as, I believe she's the U.S. Attorney for D.C. She's, U.S. Attorney for D.C. So she's apparently read in on all of this. She's the one who made this connection between Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani with the Three Musketeers, Patrick Byrne and Gary Bernson and this other unnamed person. So she's aware of all of this. And she was put as the U.S. Attorney of D.C. Very, very interesting. Okay, she's another person being explicitly tagged and mentioned in this, who at any point here could come out and say, this is total horseshit, she's just making it up. So Trump had good intel about the fraud 2 days after the 2020 election. But then Trump called in Kushner to gather a legal team to handle it all. Kushner's team was briefed next, but they dismissed the intel and did nothing. Rudy and Sidney were hung out to dry with no help. This totally corresponds to the story as I followed it back then. It totally makes sense that there was obvious fraud, that there was a faction of people close to the president who'd figured it out and were making like desperate Hail Mary sort of moves to try to counter it, but they ultimately got totally outmaneuvered and sidelined. Now Kushner, another one. You know, the acolyte of Netanyahu. So did Kushner intentionally handle this and put it away? Maybe. Maybe this is why there was some distance for a while between Kushner and Trump. Or maybe he fucked up. Didn't take it seriously. Was like, this seems completely incredible. 2020 was a very different time. Maybe he's like, this seems absurd. You know, Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell don't seem very reliable. Rudy Giuliani is kind of, old Rudy, kind of a crackpot, Maybe the negotiations that are happening now, because like if the story is true, here's a potential plot hole here. If this story is true, as it's being told, how do you explain Trump trusting Kushner now so much to send him and Witkoff together to negotiate the Israel-Gaza thing and the Russia-Ukraine thing? Is this Kushner fucked up, and now he's getting the opportunity to earn his way back into the good graces? Or is this Kushner did his best and they determined this is a we can't win on this now. We need to start battening up the hatches and just prepare for the next several years to suck, and some people are going to get hung out to dry. Again, I don't know. Was it in the third option I would think that comes to mind is Kushner straight up was like, we need to kill this, and he just straight up betrayed Trump. That seems hard for me to believe, though. That he would have straight up betrayed Trump, and then Trump would trust him was such a major thing now. Also, remember, speaking of Rudy Giuliani, remember the what seemed very much like an assassination attempt on Rudy a couple of months ago? This whole story puts that in a different light, too. Let's return to 2024. Trump has won. It's Christmas. The whistleblowers from Venezuela are moved from Gstaad to Bahamas on tourist visas to protect them. They're being hunted by the cartel. They needed to get to the USA to testify and bring down the rigged voting machines. You think the story's been crazy so far? It's just getting started. How many of you guys already know this? How many of you guys have already read through the whole thread? Or listened to Patrick Byrne or Emerald Robinson, Lara Logan, and the interviews that they've been doing about this? I want to know how many of you guys are hearing all of this for the first time. Cheeky says, could it really be this dark and criminal and we're actually getting the evidence and truth? Maybe. I don't know. Lurch says, all new to me. Augustine says, first time. David says, first time. Sledman says, first time. Okay. Dave says, we're being racist, Matt. We'll respond later. Well, as you were. Please keep it up.
The N-word.
It's February 2025. Time is now up. With their visas expired, the whistleblowers would be sent back to Venezuela and killed. So Patrick Byrne got a catamaran out of Florida and sailed in the worst storm possible to the Bahamas in order to smuggle them all illegally into the USA. Yes, this is the next twist in the story. They have these whistleblowers trying to get them into the country where they could protect them. Oh, come on. Seriously? We're back. Okay. Let me get some more comments saying that we're back, because actually I just looked over here and stream crashed on my end as well. Are we back? Give me confirmation. Give me confirmation that we're here. The riggers are trying to take me down. Okay, I'm back now. Good. You know, when all the this Emerald Robinson thread, when I went to open up this in all these tabs, I tried opening them probably 10 different times, and like 3 times they actually opened. A bunch of times they just didn't open at all. And I was like, isn't that interesting? Hines says, late to the lab, so I'm behind. When it comes to Ludditism on AIs, the word sabotage comes from 17th century Belgians throwing their wooden shoes, called sabots, into automatic looms and early steam-powered machinery because they thought it would take all of the jobs. Is that true? Okay, hold on a second. Hold on just a second. I don't know that Hines would give me fake news, but I'm going to do some little confirmation bias here, and I'm going to ask the clanker. The word sabotage comes directly from French sabotage, which first appeared in the early 19th century, around 1805, 1810, with the meaning of deliberately destroying or damaging tools, machinery, or production to protest working conditions. The act of making noise with or throwing sabots, or wooden shoes, later extended to deliberate destruction of machinery. Literally banging their shoes on the table. French sabot, wooden shoe, a cheap, clunky clog traditionally worn by French and Belgian workers. Sabot itself comes from Old French, sabot, a blend of savat, a kind of shoe, and boat, or boot, possibly influenced by the onomatopoeic idea of the loud clacking sound the shoes made. Fascinating. Dutch also has the word sabot, borrowed from French, but the more common traditional wooden shoe in Dutch is klomp, plural klompen. Because wooden shoes in the Low Countries, Netherlands, Belgium, and northern France, were almost identical and worn by the same social class of factory and farm workers, the French term sabot and the image of throwing wooden shoes into machinery spread across borders. Huh. Fascinating. Klompen. Well, thank you, Heinz. Thank you for not lying to us. Okay. Looks like everyone's back now. I mean, not everyone. Viewership dropped by like a quarter, but I assume you guys will figure out your way back in here. Okay. Back to this. So I'll read this one again. It's February 2025. So after Trump has been inaugurated, time is now up. With their visas expired, the whistleblowers would be sent back to Venezuela and killed. So here all the deportations have started up, and they're going after the Tren de Aragua people, and you've got these guys who worked for Smartmatic in Venezuela, who are Venezuelan, and they're having to avoid being deported back to Venezuela, where they will be killed for being whistleblowers. So Patrick Byrne got a catamaran out of Florida and sailed in the worst storm possible to the Bahamas in order to smuggle them all illegally into the USA. So that's how the story is escalating. Now we have illegal immigrants being smuggled into the country by Patrick Byrne so that they can whistleblow on election rigging. And there are tweets from this time of Patrick Byrne saying, hey, anybody with some advice about this particular model of boat? I'm out sailing and having issues, and can you help? And people went and looked, and there was a huge storm during that time period. So, yes, this sounds completely insane to me, but Thus far from what I've seen, the facts seem to match up. So, on we go. Why is this happening? After all, Trump's now back in office. The most important whistleblowers in American history are stranded because Team Trump does not have its act together again. Finally, Tom Homan saves the day and sends 2 guys from D.C. to bring them all into the USA. Tom Homan! Tom Homan is the one who gets these guys into the country. Yeah, Patrick Byrne would totally do that. This is the thing, is this is very consistent with Patrick Byrne's personality. Extremely eccentric fellow. This is totally the sort of thing that he would do. And frickin' Tom Homan. Yeah, what the fuck is going on? That was me reading this story. And here's where, like, she's like, why is this happening? After all, Trump's in office. And it's like, well, you're going to tell me this whole story about how the elections have been rigged and there's this huge CIA color revolution operation going on and Russiagate and they forced Trump out of office before and rigged the election against him. But after he got elected, he couldn't just push the magic button and fix it all? How is that possible? I mean, what was happening back in February? What was going on then? Do you remember the massive blitzkrieg of executive orders and Doge going ham and all the NGOs getting blown up? I mean, if anything, it kind of sounds to me like the Trump administration was doing a really good job running cover for all of this, even if maybe they dropped the ball on the specific issue of getting these guys smuggled in. And ultimately, what was it? It was a prominent member of the Trump administration who smuggled them into the United States. Now, I don't know the exact details of everything that happened, and obviously she's been following this story all along the way. She's been in touch with them and has been sitting on this story until aspects of it started to be made public. And I think it was once Laura Logan started talking about it publicly, or maybe there was something else that triggered it. That's when they gave her the go-ahead to go public with the story. So, you know, perhaps there were specific ways that she was aware of in real time where the administration was dropping the ball, that they couldn't get a hold of someone or whatever. But I'm just going to say, they had a hell of a lot on their plate at the time. So, anyways, now it's April of 2025. Trump authorizes a task force on election fraud. Interesting. Almost as if they were working on this. Camo Aquatica says, the irony of Tom Homan bringing in illegals is not lost on me. Right, it's almost, the story is almost so absurd that it has to be true. Nobody would come up with this story on their own. It's like, I almost have to believe it just because it's so absurd. DOJ, CIA, DHS, and DNI guys meet the whistleblowers. Then the agencies start a fight over who has control of the investigation. None of these guys return for interviews or casework. They disappear. Team Trump fails again. What's going on exactly? Our intel agencies are so compromised that none of them really want to investigate election fraud. And again, I will say, framing this as Team Trump fails, I mean, I guess sure. But it's also like, wait a second. Why is Team Trump not just all of a sudden magically have absolute control of every executive agency? Like, they've been... The entire first year has basically been spent in the Herculean effort of getting things done while also trying to take control of the agencies. And our enemies get a vote too. So, you know, maybe this is my true sting showing through too much. But I feel like one side of this story gets told, which is, oh, they're so incompetent and fucked up and they can't do anything, which is seems to totally fly at odds with the extent of the problem that they're trying to take on. Them, like, not being 100% successful with every single thing they undertake on the first try does not automatically mean that they're just fucking around and falling all over themselves. Our intel agencies are so compromised that none of them really want to investigate election fraud because they're involved in rigging the elections too. And Trump didn't bother to fire all these people. He didn't bother to fire all of them? Like, the whole point of this is you don't necessarily know who all of them are. And he's getting blocked when he fires people right and left. Oh, and they're also doing a whole lot of other shit at the same time. It's June now. 2 whistleblowers are so upset with the handling of the investigation, they leave the USA in secret. It's all about to fall apart. Tulsi has to bring new guys from the 3-letter agencies to start all over. Those guys are shocked beyond belief after the interviews. And remember, June was when the 12 Days War thing happened, didn't it? Yeah, June 13 to June 24. Remember, there was a big hit piece that was run against Tulsi Gabbard in June. And a lot of people said, let me see if I can pull up the details of this again. What was the hit piece run against Tulsi Gabbard in, I believe, early June? This just occurred to me. Let's see. It stemmed from a wave of critical media coverage and anonymous leaks in mid-June of 2025, triggered by her June 10 social media video warning of nuclear holocaust risks. Amid escalating U.S., Israel, and Iran tensions, the coverage portrayed her as undermining President Trump's hawkish stance on Iran, going off message and being sidelined or incompetent. It wasn't a single article, but a coordinated narrative across outlets like Politico, New York Times, The Independent, and Reuters. Critics, including Gabbard's allies, described it as a deep state smear campaign to marginalize her anti-interventionist views. She posted a 3.5-minute video on X detailing her recent Hiroshima visit and decrying warmongers, implicitly including Democrats and hawks, for escalating nuclear risks between powers like the U.S. and Iran. Then Trump publicly disavowed Gabbard's March congressional testimony, reiterated in the video's context that Iran was not actively building a nuclear weapon. And then Senator Mark Warner from Virginia called her not competent in the Aspen Security Forum in July 18, tying back to events in June. So, very interesting that in the month that Tulsi Gabbard is connecting guys from the 3-letter agencies to start to re-up this investigation into election fraud, right at that time, there's a big hit piece run against Tulsi. Very interesting. Okay, continuing. Now it's July. The investigation report is done. Tulsi prepares to bring the full report on 2020 and 2024 to Trump. Trump's own White House advisors tell Tulsi to not include the 2020 evidence. So she gives Trump a partial report. Trump is now angry with Tulsi. So Trump gets tired of waiting for these reports since he wants to know if Venezuela really runs America's elections. Who does he finally call to brief him? Well, the 3 Musketeers, of course. Not the CIA or DNI. That's when Trump decides it's time to overthrow Maduro. How did the 3 Musketeers do all of this? Well, Patrick Byrne spent $80 million to protect America. Houses, cars, Bitcoin, all gone now. Gary Burnson mortgaged his house. They're all broke now. No one has been paid back by Trump or the Trump admin at all, not 1 cent. Did anyone authorize this operation? The Senate Judiciary Committee in 2006 actually gave Patrick Byrne a letter charging him with investigating corruption inside the government, with, quote, extraordinary latitude in terms of our laws. Patrick Leahy and Chuck Grassley did that. That's very interesting. Justin Hart says no letter has ever been found, and the focus of the letter, if it did exist, was on short selling and had nothing to do with voter fraud. Then she says, let's remember, Team Trump did not save the 2024 election. The 3 Musketeers saved it. They got the IP addresses. They recruited the whistleblowers from Venezuela. Susie Wiles called these heroes the clown car. Team Trump kept them from briefing Trump for years. And so she says all this, and yet also Susie Wiles was the one, after saying they were the clown car, she was the one who ultimately brought it to Trump via Elon. They're broke, sounds over sensationalized, right? So this is where some of the aspects of the story are kind of like, eh. So again, I don't just implicitly trust everything that Emerald Robinson says, but she's making some very specific claims and publicly tagging very specific people who could easily, Judge Jeanine, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, David Perdue. These are all people that could very easily come out and Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, they can all debunk this if they want to. And if they do, then how they debunk it and when and under what context, that itself will be very interesting to evaluate. It's crazy to recall, Patrick Byrne and General Flynn had to sneak into the White House to meet Trump on December 18, 2020. I remember when this happened. I specifically remember hearing about this. Why? Because Team Trump told him not to allow it. Flynn and Byrne told Trump to launch investigations into Dominion. So Team Trump leaked it all to the press. For what I'm aware, the people who leaked on them, the people who blockaded them on a lot of this stuff, almost all of them, except for maybe Chris LaCivita, have not had a role with him since then. Camo Aquatica says, I've been in a room with Patrick Byrne. Definitely eccentric clown car material. Doesn't mean he isn't also brilliant. That's kind of been my assessment of him as well, that he's absolutely kind of a loon. But, you know, the line between insane and genius is very blurry, and it's kind of just a matter of perspective. So Trump wins the 2024 election. He knows the election systems are rigged. He knows Venezuela is the tip of the spear against America and that China and Russia are its allies. And this is, again, where, I think not having the City of London framework makes a lot of this stuff get way more low resolution. Our intel agencies are involved too. His next big mistake, he picks Ratcliffe to run the CIA. This is another thing that I don't necessarily, who am I to question her sources, I suppose, but I've heard a lot about Ratcliffe in both directions, and thus far, I've been much more inclined to believe that he is a patriot and that he is trustworthy. But she claims that he's not, that he's the one who has blockaded Trump in the past. So I guess we'll see. She says, Trump picked the guy who disobeyed his order to report on election fraud in 2020. Ratcliffe stalled that report. It showed the CIA actually hid the evidence of foreign interference in the 2020 election. And this is the sort of thing where, again, with what are their motivations in doing something like this? With Susie Wiles, is her doing the whole, sit down and eat a piece of cake and think about it and then decide to take it to Elon? Is that her managing the situation? She's aware of it and she's trying to prevent this from getting out and she's managing the situation? Or is that her being like, oh, holy shit, wait a second, now we need to do something about this? Same with someone like Ratcliffe. Is he doing this because he's like, oh, I knew about this and now I need to suppress it and prevent this from getting out? Or is it him reading the field of play as it is right now and being like, no, we need to live to fight another day? The CIA didn't want a report showing it hid evidence of China interfering in the 2020 election because that means CIA is compromised by our enemies. Were the fake January 6th riots created to hide this damning report? Ratcliffe delayed its release till January 7, which does seem very incriminating. Not releasing it until after that, on the surface, seems very incriminating. So, on we go. How deeply is the CIA involved in stealing America's elections? Per my sources, former CIA Director John Brennan is part owner of a data center used by Dominion voting systems in Serbia, and Ratcliffe has done nothing about it. Again, I'll say, to take up the side of Ratcliffe on this, just because he's CIA Director doesn't mean that he just can push the do something about it button. And I think throughout, this is a kind of a trend I see throughout her storytelling of this, that it's like, why are they not just pushing the do something about it button? And it's like, just because he's the director of the CIA, maybe he's just there because he is someone who's trustworthy and he can feed data when he gets it available to him. Nobody should be silly enough to think, oh, you can just make someone the director of the CIA and then they're just going to magically control the CIA. It should be very obvious. And if you're going to go after John Brennan, you're going to really need your ducks in a row to go after him. This gets back to the, why are they not just arresting people? I ranted about this in the King Pill Discord last night. Why are they not just arrest people? Do you realize the level of political insulation that Donald Trump would need if he was to order the arrest of Senator Mark Kelly, for example? That case has to be absolutely ironclad. And then think about the actual mechanics that would go into that. So Trump says, arrest Mark Kelly. And then what? Okay, so are we going to have the FBI or the U.S. Marshals or something? What specific people are going to be tasked with going to where Mark Kelly is and arresting him? Can you completely trust all of them? Have they all been thoroughly vetted and demonstrated as being on board all the way down the chain of command? Where are they going to take him? Take him to some sort of holding facility? What judge is going to hear this case? Who's the prosecutor going to be? Do you have full and complete trust in every single one of these people all along the way? Because if you get this wrong, then you're actually playing the color revolution game. You're actually playing your role in that. Because part of the goal is to get the head of state to do something that can be used as incriminating against them, to justify some sort of extreme measure taking them down. And if you don't think that there are traitors Republicans who would happily cross the aisle and vote to impeach Trump on something like that, you're out to lunch. He doesn't have the political insulation or the political capital to just start arresting judges and arresting congressmen. And I mean, there have been congressmen and judges who have been arrested. They've been the small fry, because that's what you can do. You start with the small fry. Yeah, Superior B, he needs like 60% of public support to do that, maybe 80%. Yeah, I'd say at least 80%. And you might say, well, if he did that, then he'd have 80%. I don't know that he would. I think you really, really overestimate a large part of the population who are still very much held in thrall to the fake news complex. And even if they didn't, you need to have your enemies completely ring-fenced, because they're still going to get a vote. So if you're going to do something like that, you need to already have the response and the response to the response and the response to the response to the response and the response to the response to the response to the response gamed out and locked down before you make a move like that. Frankly, it's just not possible to get that aggressive without a substantial amount of time building and narrative crafting while having a fake majority in Congress. That's really what it comes down to. So if you want those sorts of radical things done, you actually want Trump to be seen as even more credible and more legitimate and more popular. You want to amplify those things. Not undermine him, not call his credibility or his seriousness into question, not erode his support. Now you're working at cross purposes with yourself. We forgot what happened on J6, even though it was almost 6 years ago. People still talk about it, especially boomers. Yeah. And I think it would be a little bit different now. But it's not going to be a lot different still. We haven't completely exited that period in time. Okay, so John Brennan is part owner of a data center used by Dominion Voting Systems in Serbia. So who is actually running the CIA right now while Ratcliffe does nothing? According to my sources, Obama's CIA chief John Brennan is still in charge. How's that possible? Because his allies and subordinates were never fired at Langley, and Trump has not arrested Brennan. I've already made the case for why Trump has not arrested Brennan. His allies and his subordinates. Well, okay, you got to figure out who his allies and subordinates are. And you've also got to figure out who his allies and subordinates' replacements would be. And you've got to make sure that you've got their whole frame of operation fully ring-fenced before you start going after them. I'm sure they've fired some of them. They've also revoked his security clearance. And they've revoked a bunch of other people's security clearances as well. But this is an ongoing battle. So you're basically saying, well, they haven't won the war yet. Yeah, they haven't won the war yet. The battle is ongoing. It's like looking out at a pitched battle between two armies fighting against each other. You're like, well, my big criticism of this side is that they haven't won yet. You don't say. That's true. They haven't won yet. Do you have any other enlightening observations to bring to us? They revoked his security clearance months ago. It was pretty early on. Let me ask. Let's consult the Great Clanker. When was John Brennan's security clearance revoked? Let's see here. Well, this says August 15, 2018. Let's see. The revocation took effect immediately, citing Brennan's alleged politicization of intelligence and criticism of Trump. Reports later indicated the administration did not fully complete the bureaucratic process to implement the revocation, leaving uncertainty about whether Brennan's access was ever formally terminated. In 2020, Trump issued an executive order revoking clearances for Brennan and 50 other former intelligence officials over a letter on the Hunter Biden laptop, but this was a separate action. No further revocations have been reported since. There was more. There was a bunch of security clearances that were revoked very shortly after, very, very early on this year. And then there was some other actions along those lines that were taken as well, like they're revoking their like security teams, taxpayer subsidized security teams. Mike Pompeo was another one because he's very much involved in this whole world. Slutty Milk, true. Now, do you have a criticism or are you going to describe the situation again? Right. Yeah, you got to get rid of all his deputies and their deputies and so on. And then here's the thing, getting back to this. The CIA is not some defined organization where you can just cleanly delineate. You can pick a person and say, is this person a part of the CIA or not? That they may be on the payroll of the CIA, and then you have to ask yourself, is this person working for the CIA? Or are they working against the CIA? And then you can have someone who's not formally on the payroll who is part of the CIA. And maybe they look like they're part of the CIA, but they're actually not part of the CIA. Like, this is the world when people go, oh, 40 chess. This is the world where that exists. Where you have intelligence assets. You have intelligence assets who are pretending not to be intelligence assets. You have intelligence assets who are pretending to be different kinds of intelligence assets. This is the world where that exists. Trump has also failed to staff the DOJ properly. I'm told Pam Bondi still lives in Florida and flies up to D.C. for press conferences. Okay, maybe this is bad. Maybe it's good. Maybe the fact that she operates primarily out of Florida gives her more latitude in what she's able to do. I don't know. Every single one of these things is like, if you're describing the state of play to me as there are multiple levels of intelligence wars happening with a bunch of different factions fighting for each other, then something like Pam Bondi lives in Florida and only flies up to D.C. for press conferences, that fact doesn't only imply one narrative here. I can read that a number of different ways. She allows Todd Blanche to run the DOJ, and he's a Democrat. Blanche's number 2, Stanley Woodward, is also a Democrat. That's why DOJ is such a mess. And there's been a lot of people who've been coming at Todd Blanche for a while now. Particularly Alex Jones. He has been really going at Todd Blanche for a while. But Alex Jones also doesn't have the greatest record recently. There's been a number of things that he's really planted his flag on that have turned out to be bullshit. So when Alex Jones starts really planting his flag on a particular thing, I've learned that I need to take everything he says with a grain of salt. I love Alex. I think he's a great American hero. I think he is an absolute patriot. I also think that he suffers from lack of prudence in some of his stories that he chooses to run with, and I think that he's probably a little easy for people to get one over on. So this is another story that I've been following for a while. Lots of people who are saying Todd Blanche is a gatekeeper who's preventing this stuff from happening. Todd Blanche, who was one of Trump's personal attorneys. So maybe he is a gatekeeper. Maybe he's a subversive. Maybe he's disloyal. Perhaps. Maybe he's not. What if he's not? If they're playing these intelligence games and keeping stuff very strictly need to know and trying to silo off operational awareness and tempo and be very selective about who gets what when, then I could see where that would look like someone who's being too cautious and protective. Seems like they're obstructing and gatekeeping. So I'm not saying I see Todd Blanche as a question mark. I've yet to see someone go after Todd Blanche who I just trust implicitly. I'll put it that way. How bad is Todd Blanche? Trump's own personal lawyer, Peter Tickton, told me on TV that Blanche is blocking Trump's entire agenda inside the DOJ. How does Tickton know this? He's the lead attorney for Tina Peters. And so here's one of these other storylines. Tina Peters, this woman who got some of this, she was this election official who got a bunch of this information and has been arrested and put in prison and is apparently being treated very poorly there. And a lot of these claims have been made that the Trump administration has just hung her out to dry and they're not doing anything for her. While also Ed Martin has said that they are working with her and trying to defend her, trying to get her out. And one of the things that Alex Jones had said is that Ed Martin is totally compromised and has what's his name? Todd Blanche just has Ed Martin under his thumb. And Ed Martin came out and said, no, totally not true. Here's a picture of me with him, which is kind of like people saying Susie Wiles has totally quashed all of RFK's agenda, despite the fact that significant amounts of RFK's agenda have been allowed to go forth very significantly, making some huge gains on that front. But Susie Wiles is the one who's holding back RFK, and then RFK tweets out, Susie Wiles is a great patriot and a great enabler of Trump's agenda, and all this stuff is bullshit. And then in both of these cases, people say, oh, see, Todd Blanche made Ed Martin tweet a picture of himself with him. Susie Wiles made RFK tweet something in support of it. That's how evil she is. Maybe. But I don't see how someone could just say that confidently. We live in a world of psyops, but those psyops are going a lot of different directions, and I think a lot of people observe the presence of a psyop and assume automatically this means this is the presence of the regime. There are people doing psyops more than just the regime. The woman on the left is Emerald Robinson. By the way, that is Emerald Robinson there. I think that was the... Okay, so that was the whole thread. Now, I'm going to play you guys... This whole thing's an hour long, but we're not going to listen to all of it. It jumps around a little bit. But this is Emerald Robinson telling a lot of this story and including additional details, talking to Alex Jones about this whole thing. So we're going to listen through this, and then what else do I have here? I got a couple tabs that I'll jump over to in the middle of this. And then, now that we've laid all of this background, we're going to circle back around and talk about some of the big moves that Trump is making and the nature of this color revolution that is emerging. Superior Beast says, in politics, you have your open friends and kayfabe enemies. Yes. Yep. Rule number 1, don't look directly at the op. Yes. That's a good one, Mr. Sue. Don't look directly at the op.
This started a few weeks, or the part of this story started a few weeks before the 2024 election in October. Okay. Senators Mark DeWayne Bullins and former Senator David Perdue, who's now the ambassador to China, had finally got a meeting for a man who had been investigating this for years, who knew exactly how America's elections were being rigged. They finally got him a meeting with Susie Wiles. The meeting happened at Mar-a-Lago. The man brought his presentation that went into great detail, along with testimonies from the whistleblowers they had assembled. He gave the presentation to Susie Wiles. There's a fun little colorful aspect of the story that they shared with me. Susie digests it. She takes it in. She asks for a piece of cake. She eats it slowly, and then she says, okay, I think this needs to be presented to the one man that she knew that she could trust on this, or felt that she could, to verify if it was true, and that was Elon Musk. Now, that man who had this information, he spent about 3 days briefing a lot of people at Mar-a-Lago, but he did brief Elon Musk. And it's really fun when you hear how this all went down. The man goes to the residence that Elon Musk is staying at this time at Mar-a-Lago. He explained to me that Elon Musk is sitting on the floor. There's the children around. He is prepared to give this PowerPoint presentation to Elon Musk that goes into great detail about the players in Venezuela, in America, how the systems work, how the software runs, how they've done this, how it was developed by Hugo Chavez at the behest of Hugo Chavez, how it was successful in the 2004 referendum in Venezuela. They plan to take this global, which they did. Elon Musk didn't want any of that. He says he doesn't have time for PowerPoint presentations. He asked for the data. So the man gives Elon Musk a USB key. He inserts it, implements the data, injects the data into an artificial intelligence platform, which presents Elon with essentially what we call a one-pager, right? A short summary breakdown of everything that was in that PowerPoint presentation. Elon looks at it very quickly. He gets on the phone and he says, we have a problem. It's true. Now, you'll remember this moment because Elon Musk flew the next day to Pennsylvania. That was on October 17th, 2024. Remember, he did that lengthy town hall. I think it was about 90 minutes. He even had a memorable exchange with our friend Greg Stenstrom, who's been on InfoWars before, the author of the parallel election. But in that, we noticed, I remember watching that and think there's something a little bit different here with how Elon Musk is talking about our election system. During that, he mentioned Dominion. He said during that presentation, and it's still online, I'll look today, I'm going to include the link to that in my Substack at emerald.tv. Alex, he said, quote, there's always the question of Dominion voting machines. It's weird that they're used in Philadelphia and Maricopa County, but not in a lot of other places. Doesn't that seem like a heck of a coincidence? In that moment, a mere couple weeks before the 2024 election, Elon Musk was telling the American people in a very public appearance that our election systems are rigged. But they were still faced with a conundrum, like, what do you do about it? How do we stop it?
The government fears Alex Jones, who has the largest audience.
So remember when Elon was talking to Joe Rogan, and or it was I remember maybe Joe asked Elon about this, but it was Dana White who told this story that Joe Rogan, or he was talking to Joe Rogan, and he said Elon was there at the dinner, the election night dinner, and then he pulled out his phone and was checking it on some app on his phone. And then at some point he said, it's over, you won, well before the results were announced. Very early on, he was like, it's over, you won, I've got to go. And at the time, my thought was he had some sort of data gathering thing through X. He's got the back end of X and he's able to sample sentiment and stuff. And so he was tapped in with that somehow. That was kind of what I was thinking. Now I wonder if he had, whether it was some sort of encrypted communications or he had some sort of access to people who were monitoring this based on, he had some sort of team of engineers or something who, based on the information they'd gotten about the way the elections were being rigged, they'd taken out this Serbian server center where they were manipulating the election results, and he was monitoring it, and he got confirmation that, yeah, they were successful. And that came out as he had some sort of app that was conveying this to him.
Got literal hundreds of important stories that I haven't gotten to today. You know why? Because we have the big giant stories of another globalist, BlackRock, Democrat Party, CIA coup against Trump.
Just makes me happy seeing and hearing Alex. Like, even when I think he's being retarded, I still, I still love seeing him.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
And we got the White House and CIA insiders leaking that information. And we've got Flynn telling Trump national address to head this off in the past. This is so important. They can't have their civil war. They can't have their Podesta plan. This is exposed. So I'm telling you, listeners, on the eve of Thanksgiving, I'm thankful to all of you that we're still on air. I'm thankful that you've supported us to be here still at this moment. God kept us here at this point, but
So
God
true,
works
Alex.
through you. So this Thanksgiving, I am thankful to the listeners and the viewers and the supporters from the bottom of my heart. Now,
look at all those papers.
I was talking to folks, multiple people that were in
I've got the
meetings at
documents.
White House 2 weeks ago and last week. And of course, they're like, don't source me as the person. That's how that works. Because they don't want to be attacked. And both of them.
Yeah, this is from like 2 days ago. This is all just that thread that I just read you from Emerald Robinson. She's still in the middle of updating it. She's been doing it for the last 3 or 4 days now. So this is all stuff that's just being, I don't know, unpacked, released, launched right now.
Said, and it wasn't some pro Susie Wiles tour, that Susie Wiles has done a good job in the election fraud task force that Trump signed an executive order, whatever it was, 6 months ago on, and that they have now, the government went in and checked transmitter cell phone systems in these things, not multiple companies. Everything Patrick Burns talked about, everything the big CIA whistleblower section chief came out with recently. And they have the machines. And now they're getting ready soon to bring that out. Now, I reported that a few weeks ago, and now Trump's come out and said, a bunch is about to come out. Well, Emerald Robinson, very popular syndicated TV host, she's been working with a lot of these folks, and she's done a big, deep dive report on her X account, on her.
Yeah, she's she's on Lindell TV. She's tight with Mike Lindell. That's the sort of the world that she's coming out of. And I can't remember if he says it again later, but one of the things he was saying there is that he can independently confirm that he's heard from people who are telling him that Susie Wiles has been very proactive and helpful on this election integrity sort of effort that they're working on. So this is part of why, you know, I know Daryl Cooper said Susie Wiles is gatekeeping access to Trump, and there's this assumption here is that she's the reason why they can't do a lot of the stuff that they can do. But at the same time, I mean, you've got Emerald making some massive claims that plenty of very influential people are being tagged in, and it's getting a lot of traction that they could deny. Lara Logan is backing up the story herself, and she's saying that Susie Wiles has been very productive and helpful on this front. And Alex Jones, independently, who has lots of reasons to not like Susie Wiles, is also saying the same thing. So this is why I'm kind of like pump the brakes on the Susie Wiles is single-handedly taking down the Trump administration narrative.
Her TV program, the Savage Queen of Twitter, Emerald Robinson, at Emerald Robinson. So I wanted to get her on about this particular big slice of the pie here, because this is a big, big deal. But first,
Superior Beast says Alex is having to draw from the Dewey Decimal database in his head to place info in his spiderweb stringboard to connect the dots. So true.
She's got her ear to the ground. What do you make generally about the Democrats and the Seditious Six and this whole plan? And now, for the first time ever, because I know a talking point when I see it, and the talking point, by the way, is true, instead of just having the Countering Foreign Disinformation Propaganda Act that Obama set up and the CIA countering Trump, Trump's trying to get some control, and now they've got all these talk show hosts on Newsmax, Fox, everywhere, coming out and saying, no, it's the CIA. We know they're behind it, trying to prepare the overthrow of the government and military mutiny. Now, we've known that, but now finally to have the White House and the Deputy Chief of Staff come out and address it, that has got to send a chill to the bone of Brennan, who's always believed he can operate with impunity. So what's your take?
He's referring there to Stephen Miller, who directly has said this is a CIA operation and may have even mentioned John Brennan directly.
On that, your intel, then we'll get into the real central meat and potatoes here of your investigation and all your sources on election fraud. Emerald Robinson, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having me, Alex. It's good to see you again. As far as that Seditious Six video, I do believe that's just a signal that it's go time for the coup that's been laying in the shadows anyway. I know you talk about this all the time, and I saw your segment with General Michael Flynn earlier today, and that was really great. I have heard, like General Flynn, that Brennan is really in operational control of the intelligence community currently. And that he's still a major problem. I think it's great that the Seditious Six did that video because it kind of forced everybody to admit what we've been talking about this entire time, right? That there is a coup ongoing. It's not that
if you don't know who what the seditious six is, I guess maybe there's some people who have been out of the loop enough that you may not know what the seditious six thing is. Then just hold the thought for a little bit, and we'll cover that after a bit.
ended in November of 2024. I just hope that the president really does something about it. I know that the Pentagon is investigating Mark Kelly, as they should, but he needs to be recalled and court-martialed to send a message. Because I think right now, based on what I've heard, and I know we talked about this a little bit on your show the last time, the Democrats have felt very emboldened. The Uniparty's felt emboldened because they don't feel like the Trump administration has been getting accountability, and they're moving forward with their plans. And that includes indictments against the president for treason, once they believe they can take back power again, and against many of his officials or his associates on the outside. And these are for much more serious charges than we even saw in the 4 years of the Biden regime.
I can't say who told me, but let's just say they're in Jack Smith's emails, and they had a plan to arrest tens of thousands of people, set up martial law. And that's why people think, oh, they'll wait and win the midterms. They're not going to move. No, there are frauds coming out. The mass theft, as Flynn said, is coming out. Hundreds of billions stolen in Afghanistan. It's all coming out. That's why they've got to make their move, because they're weak, which makes them dangerous.
They're desperate. They're very desperate. And especially as we now start talking more about how the election fraud is perpetuated. And I'm glad you're having me on to talk about this today, because I was a little more restricted about what I could share the last time I was here. And when General Flynn was talking earlier today about unrestricted warfare and a color revolution, fraudulent elections are the linchpin of that, right? They're absolutely essential to the unrestricted warfare that we've been in for, years, if not decades in this country, that many Americans are just now waking up to, Alex. So how that was thwarted in 2024, I hadn't been able to share it until this week.
Well, yeah, this is a giant investigation, folks. So I don't just type something. This is so huge. I had people in the White House call me, others about this. And I missed your text this morning or last night. Hey, you never asked, come on, let's get something huge. I'm almost asking you on. So this is a big deal. So preface this and why it's such a big deal. Let's walk through it.
Mr. Stu says Susie Wiles is an easy target to make the bad guy. This is a giant British psyop to divide the right. The information was the last-ditch effort to fight and try to win this war, because they've lost the financial and political war. The only thing they have left is using their propaganda to demoralize Americans. Right. I believe that is absolutely true. And if you balk at the idea of it being a British psyop, you can again just kind of refer back to what I was saying earlier about the nature of Western espionage being all a descendant of the British or maybe Anglo intelligence tradition. That it's tied in deeply with the European financialists and the whole NGO networks and all the Democrats, the Democrat Party. So you could call it a European psyop. You can call it what it is to me is it's the remnants of the like the malevolent remnants of the British Empire. And the British Empire hasn't necessarily been British for a very long time. And so I think one thing that's become very clear to me over the last year plus is that we were used to, if you were someone who was hip to the JQ, for example, if you're a radical right-winger, if you were a fascist or a fascist sympathizer or someone who was a World War II revisionist, you weren't someone worth pandering to with PSYOPs. You were just completely on the outside. But it's become very clear that even that segment of the population has become large and influential enough that it is now being targeted with PSYOPs. So simply making connections like Susie Wiles was connected to DeSantis and has big Zionist background. Therefore, she's in cahoots with whatever this cabal is that's trying to take down Trump. Is that's exactly the sort of narrative that's being spun to PSYOP people. This isn't to say that this isn't a Zionist sympathetic point that I'm making. But when you hear a narrative that triggers your JQ radar, you should be read in well enough at this point to know that that is a valid PSYOP vector now. It didn't used to be, really. Trying to rally up or rile up the anti-Zionists. They weren't really significant or influential enough to be worth trying to psyop. Now they are. So there's a lot. This is another one of these, like, there's a lot of breaking slop headlines that are specifically targeted at getting the Jew skeptical segment of Trump's base to bail on Trump. I suppose it's that simple.
It's a huge deal, just on the election, but how they stopped it, because it reveals how they conduct the election fraud. I have talked to dozens of sources about this election fraud starting all the way back in November 2020, Alex. While I'm talking a lot about what I learned in the last year and the dozens of sources that I've talked to in the last year, including whistleblowers from the Venezuelan government and Smartmatic, this was put on my radar in November of 2020.
Yeah, John Doyle's post-Kirk assassination video talks about that. Yeah, and that reminds me, bringing up Charlie Kirk, that reminds me of something I was going to say, which was that when thinking about this, my guess is that Charlie Kirk got read in on this whole thing. When Elon did, my guess is that Charlie Kirk got read in on it as well. And that is partly it partly explains his reaction when Trump won. Remember that video of him where he just looks incredibly relieved? He's like starting to get emotional, kind of crying. And he's just like, I'm just so grateful. I think that's because he understood the stakes of all of this. He knew what was going on behind the scenes. I have no idea how old she is. My guess is probably, I don't know, 35, 40, somewhere in that range. Isaac.
Sounds like the big flashpoint for things to happen is arriving. The vengeful sun shall spread his wings. I think this is why people have been so manic and chimping lately. They feel the energy.
Yes, definitely. Everyone really feels that something big is coming. And I also think that the sun farts, or the sun burps, as Tom Luongo and Dave Collum and Jim Kunstler, I think is his name. When they were on Tommy's podcast the other day, they were talking about the sun burps. I do think that there is something to the sun burps making people go a little loony.
Okay, how this comes out of Venezuela, how it was born out of Smartmatic, and how it's threaded itself through other voting machine companies under different names. But let's talk about 2024 and how it was saved. I have this in my thread on my X account at Emerald Robinson. I'm also going to be sharing this and adding to the story on my Substack, which is a little bit easier to read, at emerald.tv a little bit later today.
So let's just start over in premises. I'm going to put this up front. We're live now, but I'm going to take this and clip it out and hopefully it goes viral. It needs to, folks. I remember days after the election having people, real people in high-level intelligence, I'm not going to say names, people can probably make guesses, saying, no, here's how we did it. We figured it out. Serbia, we just did some things, cut them off that day. People ask, well, then why were the Democrats able? Clear fraud in Virginia, California, you name it. How were they able to steal it again? Because they moved it, they moved the operation. But that's okay. Now we're going to target that as well. So this is now being released. This is coming out. This is being confirmed.
Look at this. Thursday, October 16, 2025. Voting machine company charged in Philippine bribery and money laundering scheme. Look where this is out of. United States Attorney's Office, Southern District of Florida. Who is the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida?
At that as well. So this is now being released. This is coming out. This is being confirmed. This is how Democrats magically got 6-7 million less votes than they got the time before. This is the magic of how Biden got 8 million or almost 9 million more votes than Obama. Who believes that? This is how magically all those Democrat voters disappeared. You've done the research, you've got the sources. It's now time for people to know how we overrode not the mail-in ballots, not the dead people voting, but the major electronic voting machine fraud. Right now, this is a mega global exclusive. Emerald Robinson start at the beginning.
No, it is not Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi is the Attorney General. I'm saying the district attorney for the Southern District of Florida. We've talked about him here before.
Yes, and remember that there are thousands of ways to cheat. We're talking about the specific voting machine fraud as it relates particularly to the battleground states. This started a few weeks, or the part of this story started a few weeks before the 2024 election in October.
Yep, Slutty Milk got it. Quinones! P. Quinones! Remember Pete Quinones is convening a grand jury to arrest Barack Obama and sentence him to hanging? It's Jason Reading Quinones, just recently appointed the U.S. Attorney for the Southern for the District of Southern Florida. And he's a guy who's very close with Mike Davis. Keep that in mind for a little bit.
Okay. Senators Mark Dwayne Mullins and former Senator David Perdue, who's now the ambassador.
She keeps saying Mark Dwayne Mullins. His name is Mark Wayne Mullen.
To China had finally got a meeting for a man who had been investigating this for years, who knew exactly how America's elections were being rigged. They finally got him a meeting with Susie Wiles. The meeting happened at Mar-a-Lago. The man brought his presentation that went into great detail, along with testimonies from the whistleblowers they had assembled. He gave the presentation to Susie Wiles. There's a fun little colorful aspect of the story that they shared with me. Susie digests it. She takes it in. She asks for a piece of cake. She eats it slowly, and then she says, okay, I think this needs to be presented to the one man that she knew that she could trust on this, or felt that she could, to verify if it was true.
Yes, that is why Pam is spending all of her time down there. I do think that there is something to that because of how massive this all is. So she's working down there. Between the grand juries being convened around the Mar-a-Lago raid and Florida very much being friendly territory with being the reign of Lord DeSantis, and then also this.
And that was Elon Musk. Now, that man who had this information, he spent about 3 days briefing a lot of people at Mar-a-Lago, but he did brief Elon Musk. And it's really fun when you hear how this all went down. The man goes to the residence that Elon Musk is staying at this time at Mar-a-Lago. He explained to me that...
Oh, yeah, this is just tea time gossip for her, but with politics. But, this is where sometimes this could be a very valid use of the woman's desire to track all these different social connections and find out all the gossip and go chase it all down. There's some women who are just wired for this.
Elon Musk is sitting on the floor. There's the children around. He is prepared to give this PowerPoint presentation to Elon Musk that goes into great detail about the players in Venezuela, in America, how the systems work, how the software runs, how they've done this, how it was developed by Hugo Chavez at the behest of Hugo Chavez, how it was successful in the 2004 referendum in Venezuela. They plan to take this global, which they did. Elon Musk didn't want any of that. He says he doesn't have time for PowerPoint presentations. He asked for the data.
Wham and waffen,
so
yes.
The man gives Elon Musk a USB key. He inserts it, implements the data, injects the data into an artificial intelligence platform, which presents Elon with a
tactical gossip, the Karen Waffen. Yeah, we're weaponizing the Karens against our enemies.
Essentially what we call the one-pager, right? A short summary breakdown of everything that was in that PowerPoint presentation. Elon looks at it very quickly. He gets on the phone and he says, we have a problem. It's true. Now, you'll remember this moment because Elon Musk flew the next day to
You guys, it's true.
Pennsylvania. That was on October 17th, 2024. Remember, he did that lengthy town hall. I think it was about 90 minutes. He even I had a memorable exchange with our friend Greg Stenstrom, who's been on InfoWars before, the author of the parallel election. But in that, we noticed, I remember watching that and thinking, there's something a little bit different here with how Elon Musk is talking about our election system. During that, he mentioned Dominion. He said during that presentation, and it's still online, I'll look today, I'm going to include the link to that in my Substack at emerald.tv. Alex, he said, quote, there's always the question of Dominion voting machines. It's weird that they're used in Philadelphia and Maricopa County, but not in a lot of other places. Doesn't that seem like a heck of a coincidence? In that moment, a mere couple weeks before the 2024 election, Elon Musk was telling the American people in a very public appearance that our election systems are rigged. But they were still faced with the conundrum, like, what do you do about it? How do we stop it? What proceeded in weeks following after that presentation in Philadelphia is that the Venezuelan whistleblowers, that Patrick Byrne and Gary Burnson and the man that I mentioned went and briefed to Mar-a-Lago, had assembled. They've been moving them around the globe. I mean, it really sounds like a Hollywood thriller. Or
it's very interesting to me that this third guy, we know who Gary Burnson is, and we know who Patrick Byrne is, but there's this third guy who is yet to be named. I'm very interested. I'd be very curious to know who that third guy is. But one thing that'll also remind you, just another data point as we're doing the Charlie Day routine here, another data point to pin up to the wall and tie a little red yarn to, is Eric Prince and his hostility toward Venezuela. Him talking about how Maduro is this thug and this gangster and he's going to get taken out. What does Eric Prince know? It's John McAfee. Oh my God. Imagine if that was true. Imagine if it was John McAfee. Oh my God, I want to live in this world. Please let it be John McAfee. Holy shit, that would be the best twist imaginable.
action film. They moved them from South America to Stade, Switzerland, and then ultimately to the Bahamas, and then brought them into the United States. But at that time, they were sitting in Stade, Switzerland in a safe house, because you got to imagine what kind of threat these people are under, having defected from the Venezuelan government and being willing to tell how they've rigged their elections, not only theirs, but we'll get to how many in just a moment across the globe. So they're sitting there. They began to brief one of Elon Musk's tech guys and other people at Mar-a-Lago via basically Zoom, like a video conferencing platform. They start telling them how it works. In fact, General Michael Flynn, who was on InfoWars earlier today, excellent information. If people didn't see that, I suggest you go back and watch it. Flew to Switzerland to meet these whistleblowers, who I have talked to some of them myself, and verify this information. General Flynn asked them, how long has this been going on? I am told that Flynn was even taken aback by the answer. They said, well, for at least 20 years and in 72 countries. When you ask why people don't want to touch it, there you go. It's going to have shockwaves that reverberate throughout the world when everyone understands what's been going on.
And by the way, they have former high-level, highly decorated, most respected CIA section chiefs coming out and exposing that they've seen all the documents. They know this as well.
They've seen the documents.
So the point is, Trump's making a major move now with this coming out. That's why the Democrats are so freaked out and calling for a coup.
Like, here's the thing. What they're describing here, I mean, this is the key operational power center of the city of London. Like, this is all the organized crime, the cartels, the election rigging, the rogue intelligence agencies, the money laundering, the sex trafficking. Like, this is right at the heart of all of that. If they've been rigging elections for 20 years in 72 different countries, even if a fraction of that was true, even if that's wildly overstated and just a fraction of that is true, you're telling me that you seriously think Donald Trump can get elected president and just push the fix everything button? Like, do you understand the magnitude of the sheer infrastructure and you can't like just unwind all of this. It's not going to get, you're not going to take this on and just like, oh, magically have this Deus Ex Machina and then everyone all rides off into the sunset and lives happily ever after. It's like Hollywood brain just infects way too many people. Even like serious people hit a certain point where their brain breaks. And they're like, oh, it's too much, just fix it. Why hasn't Trump fixed it yet? Why hasn't Trump taken down every aspect of the largest organized crime networks in the history of the world? He's had 11 months. He hasn't taken down every single organized crime network ever known. What a failure.
Yeah, and Gary Burnson has been on this for many years. And in fact, he was also residing in Switzerland at the time of the U.S. election, because they knew if it didn't go, if they were able to steal another election, Patrick Byrne, Gary Burnson, this guy from Venezuela, they were all dead meat. In fact, the guy who briefed at Mar-a-Lago, he'd actually flew to Oslo, Norway for the election, because if it went bad, like you said, they were going to arrest thousands of people. I've been told that I was on a list of 700 that was to be directly targeted in the second
I've talked to the DOJ that's seen the list. It was over 10,000 people, sweetheart. You're on it.
Yeah,
we're
all on it.
He's like, you're not special.
So
that's good. We want to be on that list.
That means we're on the right side of history. But history, we have to make sure. I heard what Flynn said today. There's one more election. That's it. this is make or break. We got a lifeline in 2024 when these whistleblowers worked with Trump's, the tech guys, and ultimately Senator Mullen. Here's what they did. So this is probably my favorite part of the story, Alex, is that there had been a Japanese blogger who had apparently been watching the 2020 election and capturing the IP addresses during the 2020 election. He had put this on Twitter like some years before 2024. In research by the investigative team that I call the Three Musketeers, Gary Bernson and this Venezuelan gentleman, they came across this data.
Okay, so the third guy is Venezuelan. Very interesting. It's funny because this thread, the Bitcoin Jap, the Bitcoin Jap. I remember seeing this thread. I don't remember when it was, but I remember trying to understand all of this that was happening, and there was some anonymous guy who had put together this thread and was tweeting about it. I remember this happening. And that makes you wonder, is this actually some anonymous guy? Is this some other intelligence operative posing as some anonymous guy? And this is part of what made me, I said this earlier and I'll refer back to it now. I wonder how many of these changes that have been made to the algorithm, to the messaging aspect of X, to revealing the location data for accounts, like how much of this how much of that ties into this story? Like the first thought I had that I kind of dismissed, I think this is a little implausible, but just kind of an example of what I'm thinking about is if they need some sort of a way to communicate that they can control and ensure whether or not, like they can identify whether or not they're being listened to, then, and if Elon is central in this, then would he want to have his own messaging platform? Now, this is something, the encrypted communications thing on X has just been rolled out to everyone, but was it originally developed so that he had his own encrypted way of communicating with people? I don't necessarily know if I buy that, but that's kind of the sort of thing that I'm thinking about. How many of these moves with X, updating the algorithm and changing these different things, have been downstream from the rest of this?
From the Japanese guy, and they asked him, they just DM'd him, on Twitter, and asked him, can we get this data? And he essentially said, yeah, if you buy me a coffee. So for $15 worth of Bitcoin, like nothing, this guy sends them the IP addresses, the whistleblowers verify it, they give that.
That makes me like, he's like, yeah, I've got this stuff, you're hitting me up. Yeah, just give me some Bitcoin, just $15 worth of Bitcoin, and I'm good. That makes me even more be like, this is someone who wanted them to get this data, but had to make it seem kind of plausible. Oh yeah, just buy me a little something nominal, and then, that makes me, yeah, it's Kim.com, yeah, right. Your imaginations could just run wild here. So again, I don't know if this Japanese guy, anonymous Japanese guy, is he a white hat or a black hat? Is he a gray hat? I don't know. You could tell me a story, I'd believe all three.
Over, as they're working with, we can say Trump's team, but it was really Senator Mullen who again comes in and saves the day and makes sure that the right people gets this information. The day of the election, no one knew what was going to happen because that was the end of it. They'd done what they could do. The Three Musketeers, their team of what they refer to them as different names, but bananas or visitors, that's the whistleblowers from Venezuela. They'd done what they could do. So they didn't know if it was going to work or not, right?
It's that North Korean chick, the one that was on from the meme on Joe Rogan.
But obviously we saw what happened on election night. I remember sitting there knowing what I knew, and I had researched since November of 2020. I said, they can still do this. There's no way. I didn't know how he was winning because I knew they still had this capability. What I didn't know, and I found out in days afterwards, or a couple months afterward, is that the threat had been neutralized. They had taken out that Serbian office. The IP addresses had pointed back there, but also recall, Sheriff Darleaf out of Berry County, Michigan, has released emails between Serbia, Dominion employees in Serbia, and Dominion employees in the United States, right? So that's also been verified there as part of discovery and an ongoing lawsuit. They managed to stop their computers from working, take out their servers, which, by the way, are Huawei servers, okay? They're Chinese hardware that they were putting our U.S. elections data on and flipping the results. But that was a one-time.
Remember 10% for the big guy? Interesting.
Hail Mary save the country because they just shift again. And as we saw the down ballot races in California, there were, several races that didn't get called for 30 days when a Republican was leading. And then, of course, the Democrats.
Exactly. They got mail-in voting. They got dead people, illegals voting. Then they've got the gerrymandering the way they've written it. Then they've got all the extra congressional seats, 18 of them off illegals. This is all, the Democrats admit they've done this. So we have a constellation of this. But the only reason the extra 8 million votes didn't magically appear, as I was told from sources, is we can't tell you if this happened. Now it's coming out. I want to continue after the break. We got 3 minutes to break, but what about this? I was told 2 weeks ago, then a week ago, people that were at the White House in this meeting with the president and others in a briefing, and I'm not trying to pump up Wiles.
Night, Jeff.
Well, I was told by sources that have been right all the time, that she's done a great job on this, and that they now have proof of China manufacturing the chips for the computers in Taiwan that are sent to Venezuela, and indeed with the remote access control, which they've broken open machines and found, but they throw you in jail if you do it, claiming you violated their source code. So the point is, this is coming out. The Democrats know it. They're scared.
They do. And speaking of the manufacturing part of this, where the hardware and the chips being manufactured, actually, that's in the public record already. People just don't know where to look for it. There's that ongoing Smartmatic bribery corruption case that's down in the Southern District of Florida, and one of the recent filings with the superseding indictment that was filed just a few weeks ago against Smartmatic itself, the company.
Yeah, but folks don't know. Smartmatic's supposedly perfect. The DOJ's now indicted one of their executives for money laundering and bribery out of the Philippines with this.
More than one, 4 of them.
Yeah.
4 of them, and they've indicted the company. And in that latest superseding indictment filing, they mention a vendor A in Taiwan, okay? And it says that manufacturer, and all the voting machine companies use this manufacturer, they say. It's actually the CCP. It's in Taiwan, okay? But what they do is really ship it there to kind of skirt, the revelation that is coming from China.
So
and
what happens next? This is all coming out.
The indictment filed. So you can go find that.
We've covered it. So this is definitely coming to a head. What's the big picture synopsis?
The big picture synopsis is that we now know explicitly that our elections are rigged. We know how they're rigged. We know they've been rigged in multiple countries. The data,
and we know they target battlegrounds. That's the key.
They target the battleground states: Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, right? And while this might just be like 30% of the market share, it's enough to flip a presidential election. But then you have all the other ways they can steal. The main point of this is we know. I'm not saying our intelligence agencies are absolved from any blame. They're involved in this too. And they've tried their best to make sure this information doesn't come out. And they're still trying, Alex, okay? They're culpable, they're involved, and they're also involved in the cover-up. But we know now something has to be done about it. I hope that the administration presents this information to the American people, because I don't think everyone understands why there are warships surrounding Venezuela. This is really why, because they've been overthrowing
Stay
our
there,
government.
absolutely. Edmund Robinson, stay there. We'll be right back. This is the biggest show we ever run. It runs until Friday.
So you guys may see why, despite me having questions about aspects of Emerald Robinson and not fully trusting everything she says, why I'm like, okay, we got to pay attention to this story. There's so many of these different details that are all blending together that it's almost too much to take on, but it's hitting all of the major highlights. Now we got China involved, and even to the extent that I see China being involved in this, I can't help but come back to the regime, the City of London. Like, obviously, the City of London is operating in and through China as well. And I really wonder if some of this stuff is what's being negotiated through the negotiations with China. No one ever actually gets into, in this here at least, and I haven't heard anybody talking about the China and Taiwan as regards all of this, but I'm very open to speculation and theorizing on that front. But I think all of this is why all these the naval assets are in Venezuela. This is what it is. So this makes me wonder, what are the narco traffickers? They're hitting these narco traffickers. Oh, it's fentanyl. It's not fentanyl. Venezuela is only tangentially associated with fentanyl. There is something much more that's going on here. And Pete Hegseth says today, we've only just begun to kill narco traffickers. Well, what else is happening here? Why are they killing these guys that are coming up there? What are these guys coming up for? I don't think they're coming up here to traffic drugs. I wonder if they're literally just trying to smuggle militants into the country. And that's why they're taking them out. because they see this as a essentially an invasion force.
And super infused goodness.
Okay, let's jump up here.
But just remember that. The point is we need your support now. What did it have? When I asked those that have it, what are you thinking? Right the level of power I have to fight the enemy, despite all of my will and despite all of my commitment, is you. You're the amplifier. You're the wind in the sails. You're the entire system. If you don't take action, the dog don't hunt. I'm asking you now to take action. TheAlexJonesStore.com. The sale ends Friday. Please take action now. All right.
Yeah, take action. Tips.kingpill.com. EWBSX.store. Stay tuned for more merch drops.
Emil Robinson continuing, getting into this huge in-depth report you've done. All this coming out. The White House getting set to release more information. Continue with the information that's come out and how you think the bad guys are going to respond to this. Emerald Robinson.
Oh, it'll only make them more desperate. And like I said, they're not just sitting by and waiting and watching. They're already preparing their indictments. They're preparing how they're going to target Americans. So this is an existential crisis moment for us. Either the next elections are fair and they're not, and we lose our country. What really was a major takeaway for me in doing the research that I've done for years, and particularly with the last year of hundreds of hours that I've spent sitting and talking with people who were part of this, the whistleblowers, the facts that I've confirmed with members at ODNI, the current Office of the Director of National Intelligence, is that we knew a lot of this back in 2020, Alex. January 6th could have been prevented. The 4 years of the weaponization under the Biden regime, the people who lost so much, the J6ers, people who put all their money, like Patrick Byrne, he spent like $80 million. Mike Lindell spent his fortune. He's been targeted for trying to reveal the truth and save the country. We knew so much of this, even late 2020, because I knew a lot of this. I sat in a deposition for Dominion, and I didn't know this. They asked me how my tweets, my reporting on Smart Backing Dominion predated 99% of all traffic. And it's because I had seen this. I have been briefed by people in the intelligence community. I'll name one source, the late Rich Higgins, who was a great American. He wrote the memo. He tried to warn Trump about subversive actors in his first term. We'd be in a much better place if Rich Higgins were still with us now. He's unfortunately passed on. I have been shocked by verifying the facts with these whistleblowers that I now have access to, right? The engineers, the employees.
Okay, hold on a second here. Whoa, that's a pause screen. Yee. Give me just a second here for something here, and then we're gonna talk about this Rich Higgins guy. Let's see here. Give me just a sec. I'm going to get you guys a promo code for EWBSX.store. We have a promo code for it today for Black Friday. And it is, discount code is CyberChud. All one word, CyberChud, CYBERCHUD. If you use discount code CyberChud at EWBSX.store, you can get 15% off all of the merch. So head on over to EWBSX.store. Get yourself, you can get one of the EWBSX lore shirts. Here, let me give you the quick run through the wares here. Oh man, I got my tabs way out of order. There we go. Look at this. You got the lore shirt. There's all sorts of interesting little Easter eggs on this one. You got the GOEM device, gamma oscillation yield interface module. So there's the lore shirt. You can get the hoodie. You guys have seen me wearing the hoodie before. This here is the hoodie with the airship on the front. You've also got the It's Great to Be White t-shirt with the great white shark on it and a Burger King crown. Look at that. An EWBSX t-shirt with a Burger King crown. You might want one of those. There's many other things as well on the EWBSX merch store. So head on over there and use code CyberChud for Black Friday to get 15% off any of your orders. All right, now, okay, here, let me type it out here so you guys can see it. CyberChud. CyberChud. That's what it looks like. CyberChud. CYBERCHUD. All right. Now, what was this here? Rich Higgins. So, Mike Flynn posted this a few days ago. He said, in May of 2017, Mr. Rich Higgins, may he rest in peace, wrote a memo that Donald Trump read. He needs to read it again. In the very first paragraph, Rich wrote, the Trump administration is suffering under withering information campaigns designed to first undermine, then delegitimize, and ultimately remove the President of the United States. What does that sound like? Withering information campaigns designed to first undermine, then delegitimize, and ultimately remove. It's like there's a three-step process here. First you undermine him, then you delegitimize him, so that ultimately you can remove him. So what do you think that you're doing? Dear ex-poster, dear podcaster, when you participate in information campaigns designed to first undermine, then delegitimize, and ultimately remove the president. Just because these information campaigns in 2016 to 2020 were designed to undermine, delegitimize, and ultimately remove the president from the perspective of the normie lib, do you really believe that by now, 2025, they haven't realized that a more effective vector, given that fascist and Nazi and stuff have been completely disempowered, wouldn't a more effective way to undermine, delegitimize, and ultimately remove the president, wouldn't that be perhaps to target his racist, sexist, anti-Semitic, fascist base with information campaigns designed to undermine and delegitimize him from the right? Kind of stands to reason. Yes, Slutty Milk, intelligence agents know you. They know what'll get you to agree to hate your president. This is why we truced. Possibly confusing these attacks with an elevated interplay of otherwise normal DC partisan infighting and adversarial media relations, the White House response to these campaigns reflects a political advocacy mindset that is intensely reactive, severely under-inclusive, and dangerously inadequate to the threat. If action is not taken to rescope and respond to these hostile campaigns very soon, the administration risks implosion and subsequent early departure from the White House. He wrote this in 2017. May of 2017. Trump's inauguration was in January of 2017. Right. We've all been profiled. You've been profiled. Now, simply being aware of the JQ, or being bold enough to talk about the Jews in public, does not suddenly make you immune to the fake news propaganda operations targeted at undermining and delegitimizing the president. This is my ultimate case for trusting, because the president, as Donald Trump, the president, is a shelling point. All of their operations are geared ultimately toward removing him because of what he represents. And so trusting is a shelling point. It doesn't matter why. But if all of us meet together at fully backing and supporting the president, then it doesn't matter what psyop they run at us. General Flynn says, bottom line, very little has changed, and this is still not politics as usual. It is a form of political warfare, and we are clearly in the midst of a color revolution. Trump and those around him need to understand the threat we face, who is behind it, how they are resourced, what their future intentions are, and what internal and external forces they have available. We need a strategic mindset with an operational focus. And then he tags Susie Wiles, Pam Bondi, Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, Mike Johnson, Leader John Thune, says, lastly, for the future and freedom of America, the defense of Donald Trump is the defense of America. Keep in mind, had Washington failed, no republic. Had Lincoln failed, so too would the existing republic. I mean, this is framed in, sort of the this kind of, it's not really boomer boomer patriotism. This is kind of like Gen X patriotism. Oh, we got to save the Republic. But I think this is true. The defense of Donald Trump is the defense of America. You repel their color revolution with sustained trusting. Yes.
Employees at CNE, who was a key employee of the Venezuela government for elections. Now I've gotten to verify and see the receipts and see the really hard technical data. We knew enough about this in 2020 to do something about it, but people told Trump he was crazy, right? Then Director of National Intelligence, Acting Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe did nothing. In fact, he didn't even do what he was supposed to do in releasing the report about interference, foreign interference in our elections, because the intelligence community kept him from releasing it all, he says, especially as it related to China. But he had a duty to do it, and he didn't. We could have avoided all of this.
And here's where I think she's just completely out to lunch. This is like this libertarian sort of idea that if we just tell everyone, if Trump just comes out, Mike Flynn's kind of doing the same thing. He's like, if Trump just goes out and announces all of this, just give a speech to America and rally everyone together. I really, really doubt that, just more information. Just give the people more information. I really don't buy that. I really don't buy that January 6th doesn't happen if John Ratcliffe just releases the details of this report. And I really don't think that the answer right now is necessarily that Trump just needs to go give a national address and just tell everyone, every time Trump says something, the first thing that happens is he has a pack of chihuahuas nipping at his heels, undermining and questioning every single thing he says. And the people who are leading the charge on that tell me that all he needs to do is just tell everyone something. As if it's not just going to do the exact same thing. Sonny Mook says, we gave them information and they all got one-shotted by the JQ. Right. Yeah, just force them all to read Rothbard.
Trump had instincts and he knew this was right. He was told, this is something that I want to know more. I'm going to drop a little more of this probably today, this aspect of the story, and it does go back to 2020, but it's very important.
See, one other way that you can attack this less directly is, like I mentioned before, there are a large number of influential people. There's both a large number of influential people and such a substantial amount of wealth that could be potentially generated for enough people if Donald Trump is successful with his agenda, regardless of all the psyops, that one way to insulate yourself from the psyops is to get enough people bought in to your agenda that when the rubber meets the road, they're willing to throw their lot in with you because they're so sufficiently bought in. Like, for example, perhaps Susie Wiles is so motivated by greed, she just got dollar signs in her eyes, and she realizes the big thing we need is this massive reindustrialization because of all of my investments and stuff that are going to pay off so much if Trump is successful with this, that at her moment, at her decision point, she's like, I can squash this now and ensure that Trump is taken out later on, or I can take this to Elon, and which was one of the biggest decisions in this whole narrative that's being spun, was her taking this to Elon to bust it all open and ensure that Trump won in 2024. And so she decides that at the moment where she can make the most impactful decision, she throws her lot in with Trump. Now imagine that hundreds and thousands of times over. This is one way that they can just plow right through this narrative. Because the more politically popular Trump is, the more latitude he has to take extreme action against the sort of people who are trying to effectuate this color revolution.
Trump did commission a report, and that's been brought up a lot by the legacy media, the propagandist media of late. I saw it in a few articles trying to slam, say, Kurt Olson, who's been hired by the president as an attorney to deal with elections at the White House. There was an investigation that Trump commissioned, but he got a recommendation for a group to investigate. I'm probably going to drop their name later today. I don't know who recommended this group to the president, Alex, but we need to know who, because this was literally the worst people you could call to investigate. They're the people who've known about it and been in on it for years here in America, because there are a lot of those people too. And they need to reveal those names, and the Trump administration needs to prosecute them. The group that was recommended to Trump were so bad. It was literally the worst people that it had to be on purpose. And of course, what did they say? Well, there's nothing there. This was a legitimate election. We're sorry, Mr. President. There's no there. They were covering up for the fraud, the people that Trump hired to investigate. That's used in all of these, the Washington Post, Politico now, when they try to slam, and they'll probably bring this report back up, right, as they try to slam my reporting. So I'm going to release information on that group. People had told Trump about this in 2020 and early 2021, and he tasked, particularly Jared Kushner, to get a team and to do something about it, and nobody did anything about it. Now Tulsi Gabbard's been tasked to do something about it. She's been working diligently. I do give my hat tip to Susie Wiles. She made sure Elon got the information, and that the people were briefed in Mar-a-Lago, or 2024 wouldn't have been saved.
So you just seconded my intel that I'm not trying to be her cheerleader, but that she's really been working hard on this.
She has. And she was essential in 2024. She could have shut that down right there and said, no, this is what people have said for years. This is crazy talk. Those people have tried to push this nonsense. But no, she said, this lines up. I'm going to have Elon look at it. And then multiple people were briefed, right? Susie was the gatekeeper of Mar-a-Lago. She could have shut it down at any point. She did not. She made sure people got the briefings and that this intelligence was vetted. And then ultimately something was done about it. But now there's something that's got to be done about it. We got to.
So I'm going to have to, before I fully buy into the narrative that Susie Wiles is the ultimate, the person who's tanking the Trump administration, I'm going to need a lot more than just she's gatekeeping. She's gatekeeping access to the president. Because I sure hope that somebody is gatekeeping access to the president. I hope somebody is ensuring that information is being siloed and not just openly spread around within the administration, because clearly there's plenty of people in the administration who are there to undermine. So I'm not fully, I'm convinced that Susie Wiles is gatekeeping access to Trump, but I'm not convinced that that's a bad thing. And I'm going to need some pretty compelling evidence beyond just, she worked for Netanyahu before.
Lifeline, Tulsi Gabbard's ODNI. I've talked to several members of her team about what they know. She was stopped from giving the full report to President Trump. That's also in this thread that I've done.
Who did that?
I was told it was staffers from the White House who told her not to include the intel about the 2020 election.
Because they think it hurts him to say that was stolen. No, it doesn't. We know it was.
In 2026, they said he needs to be focused on the 2026 midterms.
No, stop filtering information to the president. Those people, that's treasonous. He gave an order. He wants the damn intel. Give it to him.
And he was very upset about it. Very.
Oh, so he found out they covered it up.
He found out they covered it up. He told her not to bring him this. He wants a full report. There are people within the CIA and the intelligence community still trying to solve this, but I can also tell you that there is a task force that's been repurposed down in Florida. There's been a U.S. attorney who's been looking into this for years.
A U.S. attorney who's been looking into this for years in Florida. I wonder who that is.
Mainstream media is on this. There was a recent story in The Guardian, and they're trying to paint this as misinformation again, and that this is just a politicized investigation. It's not. This attorney, U.S. attorney, has quietly been working on this because it was put on his radar because of the region that he's in. So there is an ongoing investigation. Now, those whistleblowers that I've been talking about that were essential to this story, right? Essential to helping U.S. officials and U.S. intelligence and Elon Musk team understand what was going on. They're still sort of hanging out in the wind. They were able to make it to the United States. They came on a catamaran from the Bahamas, from Switzerland to the Bahamas to the U.S. Tom Homan made sure they were able to legally enter the country safely as well. But they're still not under federal protection.
Oh, so that's what Byrne talked about, smuggling them in.
Yeah, they weren't smuggled in illegally, okay?
No, smuggled to here before that. Yeah. So understanding this, we need serious action, obviously. But you look how scared the Democrats are. They know it's closing in. You got caught up on the break. I remember this point about why we're going into Venezuela. And I'm not normally for regime change, but they're not just about the drugs. It's not just about the piggy bank for the Democrats. It's been the powerhouse confirmed of the fraud. And so I think that's clearly why Trump's putting pressure on them. So start back when we hit the break 15 minutes ago. You were talking about that and we hit the break. I forgot to come back to that.
Yeah, I know a lot of people. And
this will be the last little bit of the segment, I believe, because then the news breaks about the National Guard member shot in D.C. and they start reacting to it in real time, and there's not much to glean from there.
understand it because I'm totally against regime change. It's never hasn't really worked out well for us in the past. And people think this is just related to the drug smuggling, right? And everybody understands, well, Venezuela is not even necessarily the big problem there. It's a problem, right? It's a narco-terrorist state. There's no denying that. But they can bring them up through land routes. They bring them through Guatemala, right? So I was so hoping that the administration would explain the full operation, the rationale behind it. Because when you see the big picture, it's...
I mean, again, I don't really think that the best way to play this right now is for the administration to come out and give this great big presentation about how Venezuela has been key to rigging the elections and you can't trust any elections. Like, if I was in the administration, we were deciding, okay, when do we go public with this? A major factor that I would have to consider is, how do you do this without telling the American people there's no point in voting? Because suppressing voter turnout in 2026 or 2028 will hurt Trump significantly. So how do you break this? How do you say, yeah, the elections have been rigged without totally making people check out on elections altogether? And the people who are going to believe it are going to be the people who would be most likely to vote for Trump. So, like, you're depressing your own voter turnout. That's one of the reasons why just breaking this story, period, you have to get the time right. Because on the flip side, you can also reframe this is why you've really got to go. You've got to get so many people, you got to turn people out so effectively that they can't even rig it.
It's really a four-pronged situation with Venezuela. There is the drug trafficking and money laundering, right? Sure. There's Tren de Aragua, which was really a paramilitary operation, as we've talked about one of the times I made an appearance on your show not too long ago. We went in depth on that, and I know you talked about that in depth. But there's the election fraud aspect of this. And when you see the scale...
Yeah, just tell us all your plans to combat this massive leviathan of an enemy. This is why you elect people, frankly. And you've got to realize this, especially when it comes to things like national security. This is just like part of the package. Ultimately, there's going to be the things that you do not get access to. There is going to be classified information. There is going to be a classification system. And it's going to be ripe for abuse, and that's just part of the package.
Of which has been used. I did ask one of the whistleblowers in the last couple of days, have they used this in our elections before? And the answer is yes. So our constitutional republic has been subverted much longer than we even knew.
Nice correction there, sweetheart.
And that of other countries have been subverted. 72, right, is what they told General Flynn and what they told me. So there's the election interference aspect of this. So that's why you get the open borders, right? That's why you get the communist takeover of countries like America. Then there's also the counterintelligence part of this. What American people don't know either, and that has not been explained. And I think that Tulsi Gabbard and good members of the intelligence community are just now kind of wrapping their heads around is that Cuba and Venezuela have flipped a lot of assets, key assets. That's people, right? Working in the United States government, key officials in like the State Department, in the intelligence community. This is
a good, important point here that if you think of Cuba and Venezuela as like these impoverished third world countries, like that's true, but also they have been key outlets for the city of London, essentially. They're proxies for organized crime, which is what the cartels and the rogue intelligence agencies and all of this is like one catch-all term for that would be organized crime. So they are huge financing and arms dealing and operational control points within the Western Hemisphere, which I think then makes Marco Rubio's appointment as Secretary of State extra interesting, given his connection to Cuba and the fact that he comes from Florida, and obviously the CIA has been very, very prominently active in Miami.
They flipped them to be their assets. And I think we look at Cuba and Venezuela and we look at them as failed regimes, but you don't understand the kind of money they have and the power they have.
Let's explain. Communists don't fail. Communism isn't a failed thing. It's a successful tyranny. They suck the people dry, then they keep all the money and exploit it to take over the next country. It's a takeover, weaponized system like Islam.
Right. So we have a counterintelligence problem as well that stems from Cuba and Venezuela. When you add that all,
like, yeah, it is true. It is true that like communism fails in its like stated goals to, you know, uplift the working class or whatever. But it's very, very successful for creating a centralized, organized crime financialization hub.
all together, then you see the full picture and you understand. And also, there was a stand down order under John Brennan. I don't know if General Flynn talked about this on your show, from John Brennan to stop gathering Cuban intelligence. So we have purposefully, at the direction of our intelligence community, stopped gathering intel on our own hemisphere. We've been distracted by the squirrel overseas, right, in the Middle East. And we were not paying attention to what was happening in our own Western hemisphere that was allowing for the communist takeover of our country.
I'm trying to figure out what's underneath the collar of her shirt right here. Is this like a gold cravat or something? It's like maybe a necklace, but that's kind of a weird necklace.
The chaos that you're seeing.
Is she wearing like a big, thick gold choker or something? It's kind of an odd.
And we're just not understanding
fashion thing.
And that's why the warships surrounding Venezuela.
Now, I want to play a clip here of a former CIA Section Chief, Afghanistan, highly decorated, laying out exactly what you're talking about. And I've actually seen these reports from other people before, but this guy's very credible. We have the documents. Here's Burnson breaking it down.
His name knew so much about election theft, and this was over a decade ago. And he went to a congressman, because he lived in New York. He went to a congressman there, knocked on the door and said, this is what I know about, and told this whole story. And the congressman looked, that's Cuban information. How dare you steal that from Cuba? And started yelling at the individual. By the time he got home, leading members of the cartel had called his house and say, we know you walked into a congressman today, and your mother and father live down the streets, and we're going to murder them the moment we ever get another report on you. So that guy went silent for a decade. And he did wind up contacting us later. But that's how bad this is. And he walked into his congressman. There are members of in every part of our government that have been affected by this. This is the great plague on America, that they figured out Americans could be bought because they were not loyal. Something happened after the end of the Cold War here. And
so it's really like the last 25 years is where this kind of came into being.
It's a cultural thing that has occurred in our country. I hate to say it.
But Gary Burnson, former Section Chief, Afghanistan, CIA, and the point is
another Section Chief of Afghanistan. Again, another Afghanistan connection. And maybe that's why, maybe it was the Afghanistan connection, which is what led Gary Burnson to going to Senator Markwayne Mullin. But Afghanistan, very interesting.
I have literal giant stacks just today of the Somali community alone stealing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions just being indicted this week. And that's like the culture. So we sit here, talk the West is bad, whites are bad, all this crap, and literally, compared to the rest of the world, we're like angels. It's just true. And so there's this total invasion with this communist Muslim John Brennan running it all because we were weak, we were open, and now the jig's up, and now they're panicking, and now their piggy bank is surrounded. Emerald Robinson, where do you see all this going?
Well, it's according to who wins, right? History is written by the winners. If we win and our elections become secure and we have...
Oh, that was interesting. Gary Burnson served as station chief on 3 occasions and led several counterterrorism deployments, including the United States response to the East Africa embassy bombings and the 9/11 attacks. He was awarded the Distinguished Intelligence Medal in 2000 and the Intelligence Star in 2004. He later ran for the U.S. Senate in 2010 for Chuck Schumer's seat, but lost the Republican primary to Jay Townsend, who in turn lost the general election. He's from Long Island. This is a guy. This is one technique that the Uniparty will use, is intentionally sandbagging. So you have a Republican candidate who intentionally runs against an upstart Republican to take him out to intentionally lose to the establishment Democrat.
And our elections become secure and we have a true constitutional republic. People like Patrick Byrne, who has literally bankrolled this. He has bankrolled these Venezuelan whistleblowers, keeping them alive and their families, and fed so that they could help the United States out of his own pocket. He has not been reimbursed. I want to make sure that's clear. He's done this out of his own pocket. People like him and Gary Burnson.
I mean, what about? We'll go back to Gary in a minute. But I mean, what about Mike Lindell? Lost everything he had in this fight.
Yes, Mike Lindell has, and he's still targeted. Do you know that Mike Lindell is targeted on a daily basis, whether it's, you know, from financial institutions
Mike Lindell's
or
a
lawsuits,
patriot.
and the man just keeps fighting on.
Oh, the judge of Minnesota found him guilty with no evidence.
Okay, so that's kind of the gist of that whole thing. Now here's one of these breaking slop headlines that I've seen a bunch of our guys who have just taken this as true. Reuters exclusive: Doge doesn't exist with 8 months left on its charter. The Doge account itself, at Doge, says, as usual, this is fake news from Reuters. President Trump was given a mandate by the American people to modernize the federal government and reduce waste, fraud, and abuse. Just last week, Doge terminated 78 wasteful contracts that saved taxpayers $335 million. We'll be back in a few days with our regularly scheduled Friday update. Now, you can say, you know, $335 million, who cares? That's pocket change. Sure, whatever. You could say Doge isn't really doing anything, whatever. I'm saying if you're repeating that Doge has been shut down, you literally got suckered by a breaking slop. And not even from a breaking slop account, literally from Reuters. A Reuters exclusive. Says Doge doesn't exist. Doge says, yeah, we do. And then a bunch of our guys are like, see, yet another way that the Trump administration failed. Doge doesn't even exist anymore. Now, I will say, this new information about Elon Musk and the role that you fell for old school fake news. This information that Emerald is bringing about Elon Musk and the role that he played with ensuring that the election was secured in 2024. And again, you know, until Elon says, no, this is a total bullshit story, I'm going to assume that it's at least directionally true. Isn't it interesting now that Doge comes ripping out of the gates and the first thing they go after is USAID? The funding for so much of this stuff. They just send them all scattering. This was a huge part. Everyone looks back fondly on the first 60, 90, 120 days. Oh, they were just ripping. They were just tearing through everything, and they were unstoppable. If only we could get back to the first 60 to 120 days of the administration. And also, Doge was a total failure and didn't accomplish anything. Like, how do you hold these ideas in your head at the same time? Even if Doge was shut down now, I would say it was a massive success. And I'm wondering if the reason that they went after USAID directly, first of all, like they did, is because of all of this background. Of Elon being aware of the Dominion and Smartmatic and the vote rigging and all of that sort of stuff. I just for the fun of it, I asked Grok, did it get shut down? And it said, no, it has not been shut down. Reports from November 23 and 24 claiming it had quietly disbanded 8 months ahead of its July 2026 mandate were based on statements from Office of Personnel Management Director Scott Cooper, who said the centralized Doge unit doesn't exist anymore and its functions have been absorbed by OPM and other agencies. If you've been paying any attention at all, you would have known this was the intent with it all along. They started it off with a centralized unit, and the goal was to set up 4-man strike teams in every single agency that would then report to Russ Vought, the director of OMB. However, Doge itself issued a formal denial on November 25, 2025, stating it had not been dissolved, remains active, and is fulfilling its federal responsibilities under mandate, while highlighting recent savings. President Trump also called the shutdown reports fake on social media the same day. This appears to stem from a semantic dispute. Doge's core team has largely dispersed, with staff moving on to other roles, because they had a startup staff. They had the startup guys who were going to come in as special government employees for a limited period of time to get the whole thing spun up and running and distributed into all the different agencies with the idea that they were going to be sunsetted. If anything, the fact that they've gotten to this point before July of 2026 means they've been extra successful. Its aggressive centralized operations have wound down since Musk stepped down earlier in the year, but the initiative's principles continued through embedded staff and agencies and the rebranded U.S. Doge Service, formerly the U.S. Digital Service. Doge claimed over $200 billion in total savings before the controversy, though independent verification was limited due to opaque reporting. And I think also the actual dollar number of the savings is only secondary to the infrastructure being set up and the initial blitzkrieg they were able to accomplish with USAID. Okay, so what's the last thing I have here? Oh, yes. We've got a good Charlie Kirk clip here, so I had to make sure I played this.
Ask you. We're going to start it off easy, very lighthearted question.
Okay.
Who runs the world?
Who runs the world? Well, the scriptures say that Satan actually runs the world. He is the prince of this world. But currently, there's an oligarchy that's really hard to pinpoint of who's actually calling the shots. And that's really what's happening in this election, is that the presidency is no more. It's really kind of a shadow government of administrative experts that call the shots, that the president is basically just a Hollywood actor or actress that goes around, poses for pictures, produce speeches. They don't actually make any decisions. And so the form and the structure of government as the founding fathers intended is no more. The structure of government as they intended was co-equal branches, but the president, not just the presidency, has authority and can sign executive orders and can make decisions and can veto bills. And that individual person has agency. He or she has a team, but that is an individual person. That idea is gone now. We now have rule by committee, rule by group, and it really is a secret society that is governing the country. Who they are is a mystery. We have some idea, but it's permanent Washington that runs this country and most of the Western world. That's people like Anna Applebaum, like Victoria Nuland.
Ding, ding, ding.
These are
ding,
names
ding,
that your
ding.
audience might not know. Obviously, Valerie Jarrett. These are Susan Rice. These are people that live and exist to strengthen the regime, to disempower the American citizen.
Some of these,
they do not believe in
women,
borders. They do not believe in the welfare of the American people. They certainly don't believe in God. They believe in a very, very aggressive foreign policy position, in the ever expansion of the American empire via NATO.
2 dings and 2 chirps. So true. Okay, so Trump has been on a heater the last couple of days. Today, he announced this. I'm hereby canceling all executive orders and anything else that was not directly signed by crooked Joe Biden because the people who operated the auto pen did so illegally. He says any document signed by Sleepy Joe Biden with the auto pen, which was approximately 92% of them, is hereby terminated and of no further force or effect. The auto pen is not allowed to be used if approval is not specifically given by the President of the United States. The radical left lunatic circling Biden around the beautiful Resolute desk in the Oval Office took the presidency away from him. Interesting, kind of framing Biden as the victim here. I am hereby canceling all executive orders and anything else that was not directly signed by crooked Joe Biden because the people who operated the auto pen did so illegally. Joe Biden was not involved in the auto pen process, and if he says he was, he will be brought up on charges of perjury. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So if Joe Biden tries to say, hey, I was, he's going to be brought up on charges of perjury. This is a dramatic move. This is a fantastically dramatic move. And it's going to be fascinating to see how they prosecute this, because perhaps the most significant move made by the auto pen was the nomination of one Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court. Are they going to take it that far? Well, officially, legally, they just did. Now, this is completely unprecedented, totally uncharted waters. So who knows? Who knows how they would actually enforce something like that? But I was curious. I asked Grok, list the most significant specific actions taken that fall under President Trump's recent proclamation that he is canceling all actions taken by the auto pen that President Biden didn't know about. 92% of documents signed by him using an auto pen. Here's some of the specific ones. So, the revocation of preemptive pardons for January 6 committee members. Trump explicitly voided Biden's preemptive pardons issued to members of the House Select Committee investigating the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot, e.g. Liz Cheney and Adam Schiff. So, What he's saying is that the pardons of Liz Cheney and Adam Schiff and the others who were pardoned at the same time, those pardons have been revoked. Another one. Nullification of Executive Order 14087, prescription drug costs. Cancellation of Biden's 2021 order directing federal agencies to lower drug prices through negotiations and transparency measures. Executive Order 14096, environmental justice. This order prioritized equity in federal environmental policies, including pollution mitigation in marginalized communities. It halts initiatives for climate justice, potentially delaying EPA projects and reverting to less inclusive standards. Nullification of Executive Order 14110, AI safety and development. This was Biden's 2024 order establishing safeguards for AI risks, including export controls and bias mitigation. Removes federal AI guardrails, accelerating unregulated development, aligns with Trump's pro-innovation stance. It ordered a full White House review to identify and terminate all approximately 150 auto pen signed items out of 162 executive orders plus pardons and proclamations, with threats of perjury charges against Biden if he denies non-involvement. Could cascade to hundreds of actions, including lesser-known memoranda, aims for a comprehensive de-Bidenization. De-Bidenization! This is a formal announcement from President Trump that we are going to de-Bidenize the federal government. So I asked for anything even tangentially associated with election security, voting, ballots, or anything along those lines, because I had all this other stuff we've been talking about on my mind and wondering to what extent, like, this story is breaking and coming out. Trump signal boosted the Lara Logan part of this story. And so I wondered if this is, if there's some coordination happening here, if this is why he's announcing this now. Executive Order 14019, promoting access to voting, March 2021, directed federal agencies, e.g. HHS and DOJ, to expand voter registration drives, mail-in voting options, and accessibility for underserved communities, including on federal lands and via benefits programs. It directly boosts ballot access and mail-in voting. Critics, including Trump, claim it federalizes elections and enables fraud by easing verification. Department of Justice voting rights enforcement. DOJ actions under Biden to enforce the Voting Rights Act, including lawsuits against states for restrictive laws and promotion of early and mail-in voting in federal elections. Enhances ballot security through oversight, but tangentially supports expanded access. So perhaps this is I'm kind of wondering if this is just a planned, expansive announcement, or if there's something particular that's kind of hidden in all of this that they're targeting with this announcement. So perhaps there's something here with the Voting Rights Act. The Election Assistance Commission guidelines on voting systems, EAC updates under Biden promoting secure, accessible voting tech, e.g. paper ballots and audit trails, and federal funding for state election upgrades via HAVA, Help America Vote Act. Let's see what else was there. Proclamations on National Voter Registration Day and federal holidays. Biden's proclamations designating days for voter outreach and tying federal holidays to registration drives encourages ballot participation via federal promotion, tangentially seen as softening ID and security requirements in Trump's fraud prevention lens. It's crazy, like, looking at all of this, like, these are proclamations and executive orders and stuff basically directed at providing federal funding and assistance explicitly for vote rigging. This one is interesting. Memoranda on election infrastructure security for CISA and DHS. Biden-era memos directing CISA, which is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, to bolster election cybersecurity, including ballot handling and disinformation countermeasures. Ironically, Trump created CISA but later criticized it for 2020 certifications, now potentially gutted as deep state overreach. So those are some other things that could be affected by this this proclamation from Trump. Then this here, I know some of you guys have been waiting for this one. This is the absolute granddaddy. He dropped this last night while we were on the King Pilled voice chat, and we were chimping. It is my great pride and honor to get to read this to you guys. Slutty Milk got to read it to the rest of us last night. Now I get to read it to you guys, and I am so happy I do. From our president. A very happy Thanksgiving salutation to all of our great American citizens and patriots who have been so nice in allowing our country to be divided, disrupted, carved up, murdered, beaten, mugged, and laughed at, along with certain other foolish countries throughout the world for being politically correct and just plain stupid when it comes to immigration. I wonder what other certain other foolish countries throughout the world he's referring to here. Perhaps the countries that the State Department has targeted recently. They said, if you're not going to start remigrating people out of your countries, then our embassies are going to put pressure on you. The official United States foreign population stands at 53 million people, parentheses, census, most of which are on welfare from failed nations or from prisons, mental institutions, gangs, or drug cartels. Trump is on record as believing that the census was rigged. So he's saying here the official population is 53 million people. They and their children are supported through massive payments from patriotic American citizens who, because of their beautiful hearts, do not want to openly complain or cause trouble in any way, shape, or form. They put up with what has happened to our country, but it's eating them alive to do so. Again, framing this victim narrative this way is so politically brilliant. The long-suffering American people, the good-hearted American people, are being taken advantage of. A migrant earning $30,000 with a green card will get roughly $50,000 in yearly benefits for their family. The real migrant population is much higher. So he's saying, officially, it's 53 million people. The real migrant population is much higher than that. This refugee burden is the leading cause of social dysfunction in America, something that did not exist after World War II. Failed schools, high crime, urban decay, overcrowded hospitals, housing shortages, and large deficits, etc. As an example, hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope that they will be left alone. The seriously retarded governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing, either through fear, incompetence, or both, while the worst congressman/woman in our country, Ilhan Omar, always wrapped in her swaddling hijab, and who probably came into the USA illegally, and that you're not allowed to marry your brother, does nothing but hatefully complain about our country, its constitution, and how badly she is treated when her place of origin is a decadent, backward, and crime-ridden nation. I don't know what decadent was supposed to be, because that doesn't fit in there. Which is essentially not even a country for lack of government, military, police, schools, etc. You might call it a shithole. Even as we have progressed technologically, immigration policy has eroded those gains and living conditions for many. I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries to allow the U.S. system to fully recover. Terminate all of the millions of Biden illegal admissions, including those signed by Sleepy Joe Biden's autopen, and remove anyone who is not a net asset to the United States or is incapable of loving our country. End all federal benefits and subsidies to non-citizens of our country. Denaturalize migrants who undermine domestic tranquility. Denaturalize. Strip citizenship. So, if you're not a citizen, you're not going to get federal benefits and subsidies. If you are a citizen and you undermine domestic tranquility, you're losing your citizenship. And deport any foreign national who is a public charge, security risk, or non-compatible with Western civilization. These goals will be pursued with the aim of achieving a major reduction in illegal and disruptive populations, including those admitted through an unauthorized and illegal auto-pen approval process. Only reverse migration can fully cure this situation. Other than that, happy Thanksgiving to all, except those that hate, steal, murder, and destroy everything that America stands for. You won't be here for long. Oh! My president! My liege! This is one for the ages. I was straight up like Earl Sinclair dropping the beer when I saw this last night. Oh! Seriously retarded Tim Walz is incredible. Trump just got to go maximum Trump and petty and he'll win back over the traitor panicans. Right. Well, I've already seen people saying that this is just code for doing the bidding of Israel. So, you know what? Some people just cannot be helped. Then, today, Scott Bessent quote tweeted this. And he said, at Trump's direction, we are working to cut off federal benefits to illegal aliens and preserve them for U.S. citizens. U.S. Treasury announced that it will issue proposed regulations clarifying that the refunded portions of certain individual income tax benefits are no longer available to illegal and other non-qualified aliens, covering the Earned Income Tax Credit, the Additional Child Tax Credit, the American Opportunity Tax Credit, and the Savers Match Credit. So this is not just illegals, but other non-qualified aliens. Now they're going after the money. Matt Forney says the Trump administration has announced that they will be seizing remittances sent by illegal aliens. Remember, the remittance tax hasn't even kicked in yet. The remittance tax kicks in on January 1st. I think is it 3.5%, 1.5%, something like that, something small. But 0 to 1. Now, before it even kicks in, we're getting remittances seized. Any illegal aliens sending back remittances are now going to be targeted and have their remittances seized. He says, massive crash coming for the Mexican peso and Indian rupee. Go home, Ramesh. Go home, Jose. We don't want you here. This person here said it's starting just today. Treasury sent out alerts basically saying we can seize the entire remittance of illegals since it's unlawful for them to be working here. This is real action and will lead to self-deportation. The illegals may just move to Canada, but they will leave. This is what the Treasury said. Today, the U.S. Department of the Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, or FinCEN, is issuing an alert as part of Treasury's effort to prevent the exploitation of the U.S. financial system by illegal aliens in the United States seeking to move illicitly obtained funds. Annually over the past several years, the United States has witnessed a significant volume of cross-border funds transfers, including remittances from individuals located in the United States, and has taken multiple steps this year to highlight risks presented by cross-border financial activity. Money services businesses should be vigilant in identifying suspicious financial activity involving illegal aliens who present significant threats to national security and public safety, said Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Intelligence John K. Hurley. At Treasury, we will continue to protect the American people by faithfully upholding the laws of the United States. This alert is consistent with Executive Order 14159, protecting the American people against invasion. And this is putting pressure on the financial institutions themselves. So, financial institutions, you're going to be audited. And if you're not flagging these suspicious transactions, we're going to come after you. Money services businesses are generally required to file a suspicious activity report for a transaction that involves at least $2,000, and that the money services businesses know, suspect, or have reason to suspect is relevant to a possible violation of law or regulation. This includes the cross-border transfer of funds derived from unlawful employment or otherwise derived from funds the MSB knows, suspects, or has reason to suspect were illicitly obtained in the United States. Now, I can just hear the libertarian-brained saying, oh, this means that they're going to be coming after our money. Well, we might get scooped up in it too. They're going to flag our money. They're going to seize our funds. How do you expect the whole, seize the remittances thing? Like, do you think beyond just the headline? When you say secure the elections, seize the remittances, round up and deport every single illegal person, do you not realize that you are asking for a massive surveillance state and expansive financial and personal auditing and monitoring? That's how you get those things. Yeah, what did you think mass deportations meant? Vibes? Essays? Deport all the illegal people. Okay, how do you figure out the illegal people? How do you ascertain whether someone is or isn't illegal? The only way you do that is by substantially invading their personal space. How do you seize the remittances? Well, you have to go look for any transaction that seems like it's suspicious and identify whether or not it was sent by an illegal alien. Which means, if you're a citizen and you're sending suspicious transactions, there's a very good chance that you're going to get caught up in that. If you want secure elections, you only want citizens voting in elections. The only way that's going to happen is with some sort of digital ID. You got to recognize this is what's going to happen. There is going to be a federal digital ID. And your citizenry rights are going to be contingent upon possession of that. There is no other way, conceivably, for this to happen. You can't, on one hand, demand the rapid and comprehensive addressing of these problems and then reject the obvious solutions to those problems. Then I've got a couple of Gigajew bits here, and then we're going to talk about this the seditious six. So first of all, here's Stephen Miller talking to Jesse Waters and just dropping bars.
Add up to. Why are they engaged in all this? What is their objective here? It's the Somalification of America.
The Somalification of America. We're off to a great start.
In all this. What is their objective here? It's the Somalification of America. In other words, when you see the state of Somalia, that's what they want for America at the end of the day, because it's easier to rule over an empire of ashes than it is for the Democratic Party to rule over a functioning, Western, high-trust society with a strong middle class.
It's easier to rule over an empire of ashes than it is for the Democratic Party to rule over a functioning, Western, high-trust society with a strong middle class.
Look how powerful the Democrat Party became in Minnesota once they flooded it with 100,000 Somalians. Once the elections were decided, right, by clan rivalries and ethnic feuds. Once that happened, the Democrat Party became permanently powerful in Minnesota. They became permanently powerful in the Twin Cities. That's their model for America, to make the whole country into a version of Somalia. And everything they do gets down to that. So when you ask me what I'm thankful for, this Thanksgiving, I praise God every day that Donald Trump is our president.
So
and
true.
We've gone from 30% inflation, 20 million illegals, unlimited refugees.
Thank you, Stephen. So true. Also, he posted this. He's quote tweeting a Wall Street Journal editorial. Afghan refugees shouldn't be blamed for the violent act of one man. Collective punishment of all Afghans in the U.S. won't make America safer, and it might embitter more against the United States. You can't crack down on all the violent terrorists that have been imported into the United States because it might make the violent terrorists lash out. Brought to us by the conservative Wall Street Journal. Stephen Miller, this is the great lie of mass migration. You are not just importing individuals, you're importing societies. No magic transformation occurs when failed states cross borders. At scale, migrants and their descendants recreate the conditions and terrors of their broken homelands. So here is this seditious six. I'm going to play the video for you, and you see also on the side of this video, there's this billboard up here. Did you go airborne just to pull security for ICE? This is posted in North Carolina with a URL, something like notwhatyoussignedup.org. We'll have more on this in just a minute, but this is the video that's been going around. If you haven't seen it yet, here's your opportunity to see it. This was these 6 different Democratic congressmen and women, all of whom have either military or CIA backgrounds, They've been titled the Seditious Six, which I think is brilliant branding. I don't know where it came from or who started it, but it is narratively fantastic. So first of all, we've got Alyssa Slotkin.
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly.
Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens.
Like us. You all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now?
Yeah, Mark Kelly, or as Hines called him, the bald penis-looking nigger.
The threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to.
You can. You must.
Carry out orders that violate the law
or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army,
or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
the American people need you.
We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution,
and who we are as Americans. Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
So this is the Seditious Six. Now, as Eric Doherty says, it's been revealed that a nonprofit linked to George Soros is fomenting sedition within the military. Around the same time, a script went out to Democrat members of Congress urging rebellion within the ranks against President Trump. There are also links to Antifa. On November 11th, just days before the video, the National Lawyers Guild published a page urging service members to refuse illegal orders. The same talking point in the video. Win Without War has put up a billboard in North Carolina urging chaos and dissent within the ranks, a group linked to a 501c4 backed by Soros' Open Society. The group was previously named New Security Action. More on them in a moment. As per Data Republican, Win Without War is partnered with the National Lawyers Guild. The National Lawyers Guild is a supporter of Antifa. And, to wrap it all together, Senator Ruben Gallego, Democrat from Arizona, said on national TV that a script was sent to him. He said this outright, that there was a script that was sent around. It was sent to him, but he didn't have time to get to it. Otherwise, he would have been part of this video. He ended up not participating, but admitted it was coordinated from an external party. So, Samosor here says, from billboards outside Fort Bragg, known for its psychological operations, urging soldiers to defy orders, to a website created by retired JAG officers, providing advice for those who think they're being given unlawful orders, it's very clear that infrastructure is being built in quick time to sever the ties between the executive branch and the military. A color revolution is underway, and these are shaping operations. This Orders Project here is a nonpartisan program created by the National Institute of Military Justice to assist military personnel in understanding their options when faced with orders they believe may not be legal. Now, the game they're playing here is very obvious. Look at this website. So the website from this billboard, they're literally putting out billboards saying, hey, military, hit us up, disobey orders. Those billboards go to this website. Not what you signed up for? You saw the billboard. You have questions. You're not alone. But first, here are proactive steps you can take to reduce risk. Be sure to access resources from a personal device, not a military or government computer, email account, phone, or Wi-Fi network. Use an encrypted Proton Mail email account. Use the Signal app for encrypted texts and calls. Use a VPN like NordVPN. Tim Pool said, holy fuck, look at the website. This is overtly illegal. I don't want to say outright civil war when there's a good chance foreign actors are doing this too, but holy fuck, SecWar needs to stop this. They're straight up recruiting military members, teaching them giving them information on how to leak information and coordinate to engage in active sedition. Now, who's Alyssa Slotkin? Look at this. Seditionist Alyssa Slotkin spoke at the Brookings Institute a month ago, predicting an incident involving the National Guard. She estimated that it would take place in around 2 weeks from when she spoke. Seditionist Maggie Goodlander, who was in this video, where was that video? Right here. Maggie Goodlander is right here. This is Maggie Goodlander. Who is she? Her husband, Jake Sullivan, is closely associated with Brookings. He's the protege of former Brookings president and the Clintons' buddy Strobe Talbot. He was Hillary's closest aide and Biden NatSec advisor, who also worked with Obama. Jake Sullivan has been a core member of the Hillary, Obama, Biden cabal for a while now. He's married to Maggie Goodlander, who was one of the seditious six, and he's close with Brookings. And here's Alyssa Slotkin at Brookings about a month ago.
As a CIA officer, the idea that intelligence officers could be asked to target Americans turns my stomach, and it would shift us into a modern-day surveillance state. Turning the federal government against Trump's enemies goes hand in hand with his use of force in American cities, both federal law enforcement and the military. As of today, the president has attempted to deploy more than 7,000 National Guard members across 5 cities, including right here in Washington. In August, the administration ordered the creation of 2 new National Guard units, a standing quick reaction force that can deploy anywhere in the country, and then separately, National Guard units in all 50 states focused on quelling so-called civil disturbances. At this point, Trump has been very clear about his intent. At Quantico, speaking as commander-in-chief, he instructed his military brass to use cities as, quote, training grounds. And many times, he's floated the idea of invoking the Insurrection Act so that military units can raid, detain, and arrest Americans. The president has already deployed ICE and other federal law enforcement to these same cities across America. In some cases, these federal officers are playing fast and loose with their tactics, which sooner or later could lead to a deadly escalation. The videos out of Chicago are shocking. Federal agents pulling their weapons on highways, firing tear gas into neighborhoods right before a Halloween parade, injuring and even killing civilians. Many are masked, not wearing uniforms, and driving unmarked cars. For those of us who served abroad, it feels like another country. And it's only a matter of time before things get worse. By my estimation, we're about 2 weeks away from a bloody incident that spirals out of control. And this is just the kind of incident that Trump wants to justify more force coming in.
The absolute audacity of these people. We've seen this playbook so many times now, where they tell you exactly what they're doing by warning you what they're afraid that Trump is going to do. This is the entire color revolution playbook playing out in real time. See this here. Joshua Steinman says, the senator video telling service members to disobey orders was part of this same op. This lie is one more step. Which lie? This one. From the Washington Post, Hegseth order on first Caribbean boat strike, officials say, kill them all. As 2 men clung to a stricken burning ship targeted by SEAL Team 6, the Joint Special Operations Commander followed the Defense Secretary's order to leave no survivors. Ryan Goodman here, chaired professor at NYU Law, co-editor-in-chief at Just Security, former chaired professor at Harvard Law, and former special counsel for the Department of Defense, says, textbook war crime, extrajudicial killing. We're bombing this boat of enemy combatants who we've identified as threatening our homeland. And when a couple people survived the bombing, we went back and killed them. 2 survivors were clinging to the smoldering wreck. The Special Operations Commander overseeing the September 2 attack ordered a second strike to comply with Hegseth's instructions. Now, the Department of War has denied this. They've said this isn't true at all. So I'll leave this aside, whether they're actually doing it or not. But he says this lie is one more step, not sure who's quarterbacking, but it's all part of a revolutionary insurgent movement. See the U.S. Army Special Operations Research Office chart below. Here's where we are. The resistance pyramid. Way down at the bottom. Dissatisfaction with political, economic, social, administrative, and or other conditions, national aspiration, independence, or desire for ideological or other changes. Then a creation of atmosphere of wider discontent through propaganda, lies, and political and psychological effort. Assassination, increased agitation, unrest, and disaffection. Infiltration of foreign agents and agitators and foreign propaganda material, money, weapons, and equipment. Recruitment of like-minded individuals and others. Indoctrination and use of these for organizational purposes. Penetration into professional, social, and political organizations and into all parts of society. Spreading subversive organizations into all sectors of life in a country or region. Establishment of formalized resistance elements. Appeal to extraterritorial support infrastructure. They're literally using their own playbooks. Expansion of coordination among resistance networks. Intensification of propaganda. Increase in disaffection. Psychological preparation for revolt. Then overt and covert pressures against government. Strikes, riots, and disorders. Sabotage and terror to demonstrate the weakness of the government. So a core part of this color revolution operation is demonstrating the weakness of the government. Increased underground activities to demonstrate the strength of revolutionary organization, and tense sapping of morale of government, administration, police, and military. Negotiation with government representatives, increased political violence, terror, and sabotage. Then shadow governance activities, which is where you get the line between clandestine and overt actions. Then you get more minor military and paramilitary actions, large-scale military and paramilitary actions, then international strategic communications, and finally, a negotiated settlement. This is the operation that's underway already. Now remember, that Seditious Six had this connection with new politics. At least 5 of the Seditious Six were recruited and trained for office by new politics, maybe even all 6. Jason Crow and 6 other Congress members are involved in recruitment. New Politics is a purpose-built political talent agency and campaign accelerator that recruits, trains, and develops leaders with service backgrounds to transform our politics. They even recruit from intelligence agencies. Not even 2 months before the military coup narrative was started, New Politics got a sudden infusion of $20 million. More money than they've seen in 8 years of operations. Where did this come from? Representative Pat Ryan, a Democrat from New York, who will co-chair the effort, said the country is, quote, at a crisis moment in political leadership, and ex-federal workers are among potential recruits. So the Trump administration is firing federal workers. They're trying to recruit them. Ryan is co-chairing the group's new recruitment effort called The Next Mission, and powered by $20 million, which will aim to recruit 5,000 candidates up and down the ballot over the next 4 years. More than 30 elected officials are participating in the New Politics Recruitment Committee, including 6 other members of Congress who have worked with the group in the past. Among them is Representative Jason Crow, Democrat from Colorado, who was one of the Seditious Six, who is also co-chairing recruitment efforts for the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. Emily Cherniak is the founder and executive director. Here's the 5 they have listed, and I archived all their pages. Alyssa Slotkin, Jason Crow, Chris DeLuzio, Maggie Goodlander, and Chrissy Houlihan. Missing, but could be one of the 6 others, is Mark Kelly. I think that Mark Kelly, who was one of the rumored, supposedly, he was the guy Obama really wanted in the place of Kamala, but then basically they decided to tank Kamala's career by giving her once it was obvious that Trump was going to win, they didn't want to throw away a good asset. But I think Kelly is probably the guy that they're preparing as their 2028 candidate. And maybe Kelly with Slotkin together. So here is some This is that Pat Ryan guy, chairing a $20 million effort to recruit and train political candidates from service backgrounds. And then here's these different candidates. Look at that. Eugene Vendman, Abigail Spanberger, David Crowley. Very interesting. Alyssa Slotkin, a former CIA analyst who served 3 tours in Iraq alongside the U.S. military. Alyssa then worked in national security roles at the Pentagon and White House under Bush and Obama. In the Obama administration, she briefed the president on some of the most sensitive national security matters of the day and was eventually nominated to serve as Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs at the Pentagon. In 2018, she was motivated to do more and ran for Congress, flipping a longtime Republican-held seat and helping Democrats retake the majority in the U.S. House of Representatives. Voter fraud? Election rigging? Alyssa was reelected to the House in 2020 and again in 2022 by delivering on the things that mattered the most to her constituents. In November of 2024, she was elected to serve Michigan in the U.S. Senate, succeeding Debbie Stabenow. In the Senate, she will fight to expand Michigan's middle class, create jobs with dignity, and keep our communities and children safe. Yes, I'm sure that's exactly what she'll do. And then Maggie Goodlander, who was just elected to New Hampshire's 2nd District, intelligence officer in the United States Navy Reserve for over a decade, served as counsel in the first impeachment of former President Donald Trump. That's right. That was one of her other, she's basically the one who was one of the primary motivating factors and wrote the entire impeachment case for Trump's first impeachment. Then she went to DOJ, where she took on corporate monopolies as a deputy assistant attorney general. You'll find the seditious 5 names listed here, and you can click on each one. There's Christopher DeLuzio. What's his background? Let's see, a lawyer, worked to protect voting rights and our elections in his current role as the policy director at Pitt Cyber and previously at the Brennan Center for Justice. He's a voting rights attorney. These sorts of things should be, you should be recognizing these as the euphemisms that they are. Fought successfully for a union, Veterans Leadership Program, pro bono legal assistant with the Veterans Consortium, and for indigent tenants in Allegheny County. Congresswoman Chrissy Houlihan. She was an Air Force captain, chemistry teacher, degrees from Stanford and MIT, leadership positions in educational nonprofits. Jason Crow sits on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and House Foreign Affairs Committee, ranking member of the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee, serves on the Democratic Caucus's National Security Task Force and is vice chair of the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force. He spoke at the Democratic National Convention, making the case for President Obama's repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Let's get one of these.
What a fag.
So, yeah, they suddenly get $20 million. Abigail Spanberger, Eugene Vendman. I'm going to do a little bit more digging into some of these names. I haven't had the chance to sit down and go look through the background of all of these different characters. But that's a fun, interesting, start charting all these webs together. Here's Emily Cherniak, the founder and executive director. This could be a coincidence, but a couple months after New Politics got a $20 million cash infusion, this happened. So, Steve Schmidt, formerly of Lincoln Project, which brought us the Tiki Torch hoax, here's his latest influence operation, June 12, 2025, the day that his Save American movement was announced. First known mention of an influence operation to defy Trump's military orders. A nearly 6-month operation coming to fruition. Inside his video, they tell you to report to the GI Rights Network, which, surprise, surprise, is partnered with the Military Law Task Force and the National Lawyers Guild. Hello, Data Republican. This movement is thriving within all the Trump resistance circles, including 50501. But wait, it gets better. The Save America movement is part of a consortium, including active military. The Save America movement, Valor Media, and coalition partners released a new video featuring veterans standing in solidarity with Senator Mark Kelly. The Save America movement is a national organization dedicated to defeating MAGA extremism and restoring American democracy, along with allied organizations including Valor Media, Veterans for Responsible Leadership, Common Defense, and the Chamberlain Network. Released a new video featuring veterans from across the country speaking out in support of Senator Mark Kelly. These orgs all seem to involve military, but Common Defense seems to include active military. Since then, we've grown into a powerful movement with more than 150,000 supporters and tens of thousands of veterans and military families across all 50 states. Here's
American soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. For 250 years, American soldiers have sworn an oath, not to a man, but to the Constitution of the United States. The cause is liberty. The mission is democracy. You are not the weapon of a wannabe strongman. You are the shield of a free people. No unlawful order can erase that. Following such an order is not loyalty. It's a crime. Remember your oath. Remember your duty.
Paid for by the Save America movement. Steve Schmidt said, June 12, 2025, "This weekend, Trump will roll tanks through D.C. to boost his ego. We're launching a movement to stop him. The Save America movement starts today, and we've got a message to America's soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines." So this has been an operation. There's a whole lot more to this thread and to this one here. But this has been an operation well underway for a while now. And it's no coincidence that Miss Alyssa Slotkin says, in a couple of weeks, we're going to have a bloody incident that leads to like a death spiral of escalation or whatever. And then, sure enough, we get one where this Afghani national shoots 2 National Guard members in D.C. Now, this is kind of surreal because the place where it happened was within a block of where I was walking just recently. It's not completely out of the question that I may have seen these National Guard members one of the last couple times I was in D.C. because I've seen a bunch of them walking around, and I mean several dozen at least. So I've been right in that area, and then the last time that I was there, I took that lift for 2 hours, driven by an Afghani national who moved here in 2014 and was a translator working with the Marine Corps in Afghanistan. And I had a long, very interesting conversation with him. And he was very supportive of them cleaning out all of the, at least what he said to me, he was very supportive of them cleaning out all the homeless and everything and having the National Guard there. And then here we have an Afghani national who was involved with the military, and he shoots these National Guard members. So Mike Davis posted this, and I've seen every other report I've seen validates what he said from a law enforcement source. An Afghan national born in 1996, armed with a revolver, ambushed a female guardsman, shooting her in the head, and a male guardsman shot multiple times. They never saw it coming. Both guardsmen were armed. And apparently, what I saw from another report, I don't think it was in this one. Yeah, what I saw from another report is that he had a revolver with 4 rounds in it. He shot her in the chest. She was 20. This woman was born in 2005. She was born 4 years after 9/11. I remember 2005 very, very clearly. I think 2005 was the year that I was in this big skiing accident that I shredded my hand. Had to have surgery and everything. I think I've told that story on here before. I remember 2005 clearly. This poor girl was born in 2005, and she dies at the hands of a CIA asset, an Afghani national, the product of this war that began 4 years before she was born. So he had a revolver with 4 rounds in it, shot her in the chest, then took her service weapon and shot her in the head, and then shot this other guy. A major in the National Guard, who was unarmed and doing his spot checks of the guardsmen, was in the block, heard the shots, and turned to see the shooter who spotted him. He took cover behind a truck. The suspect came for the major, who pulled out his pocket knife and bravely took on the suspect, who was reloading his revolver. The major began stabbing the suspect in the head. The dude literally brought a knife to a gunfight and took the guy on. Started stabbing him in the head. Another guardsman in the area who was armed then drew his pistol and shot the suspect twice. Once in the leg and once in the buttocks. The major stated that when the suspect began shooting, he heard him shout Allahu Akbar. Trying to confirm that the suspect, an Afghan national, was an interpreter brought over by Biden because he has a DOD record. Again, we're trying to confirm. Suspect has a home address in Washington State. Apparently he's from Bellingham. This major who took him on with a pocket knife, that dude needs every medal imaginable. Now here's the dude. Here's the guy who shot them. Here's his history from LinkedIn. National Democratic Institute in 2013, an internship for 6 months. CIA proxy. Development activities, reforms, and M&E officer for the Ministry of Economy, Afghanistan, full-time from March of 2014 to September of 2017. Then he was a provincial manager and district manager for the Citizens Charter National Priority Program. This dude was born in 1996. So he was an intern for the National Democratic Institute when he was 17. And then he was made a provincial MIS officer for the Citizens Charter National Priority Program when he was 21. He was there for 3 years and 11 months. Then worked for the International Rescue Committee as a senior livelihood officer, then an acting field coordinator, then a deputy field coordinator, then a field coordinator in Afghanistan. Data Republican says the ages line up well with this LinkedIn profile. If this is the same person, absolutely nobody should let go of the USAID connection. This person spent all his life working for U.S. NGOs and interned at the Democrats' version of the CIA. Now, what's very interesting is that they're at the point now where they're activating transparent, obvious CIA assets. These people are uncovered almost immediately, and these connections are being traced out within minutes of the story breaking. So I guess you can kind of read that how you want. Is this desperation? Is this brazenness? I probably both. But a couple other interesting data points that maybe we'll end up getting into more over the next couple of weeks, as more of this stuff comes out, is that there were the guy's name, the shooter's name, and I believe it was, at least the shooter's name was search results, Google Trends search results spiked in the hours leading up to him doing that. So hopefully there's somebody who's running those IP addresses down that were doing those searches, because you're going to have a huge intelligence network that you can uncover through all of that. People knew ahead of time that he was activated, that he was going to go do something. And then there was this thing here from America First Legal. This was a thread from back in August of 2024. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but the Biden-Harris admin claimed that they were importing Afghans as refugees who helped the U.S. government, when in reality, officials admit in newly obtained docs from litigation that they did not know their identities. Some have allegedly committed heinous crimes. And this here, you've got this email. Dear Mr. Beasley, I'm writing on behalf of the Refugee Affairs Office to request your assistance with identifying locally engaged staff who qualify as referrals to U.S. refugee admissions programs. Please note, LE staff in this respect is referring only to Afghans who work in Afghanistan. Monday afternoon, Secretary Blinken announced a new program known as the P2 program. The Afghan P2 program complements the SIV program and denotes groups of special concern by virtue of their circumstances and apparent need for refugee resettlement. The locally engaged staff who are eligible for the SIV program should not be referred to the U.S. refugee admissions program. The Afghan P2 designation permits the embassy to refer locally engaged staff and family members, spouse and children of any age, whether married or unmarried. So, locally engaged Afghani staff, and then spouse and children of any age, whether married or unmarried. So you could have adult children who are married, which then presumably they're going to bring their children as well. This is like a massively expansive designation. For P2 U.S. RAP access, if these Afghans do not meet the minimum time in service for an SIV, but who work or worked at any time as LE staff for the U.S. government in Afghanistan. And this guy here, the Justice Attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, replied, or sent this to Patricia Santos and said, "Do you recognize any of these people? They are not currently employed by our office." We obtained these documents through litigation against the DOJ after it stonewalled our investigation into the Biden-Harris administration's decision-making over the disastrous withdrawal. The documents we received reveal utter chaos and incompetence. There's a bunch of documents here you can read through if you'd like. But for example, in early August 2021, the Department of State asked federal government agencies to confirm that a spreadsheet listing Afghans who did not meet the minimum time in service for a special immigrant visa should be referred to the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program for resettlement to the U.S. because they had supposedly otherwise worked on behalf of the U.S. or a U.S. government-funded program. More details on the spreadsheet was circulated below. A DOJ attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Kabul appeared not to recognize any of the names in that list. Even the Afghans referred and then nominated by the U.S. Embassy in Kabul for admission to the U.S. RAP, however, would face significant challenges to make it into the United States, such as finding their own way to a third country and supporting themselves while their application for acceptance into the program for resettlement to the U.S. is being reviewed, security checks are performed, medical exams done, etc. This is worth recognizing that with Trump's, when they released this information just recently about their blocking all of these asylee and refugee admissions from all these different countries, this is because this is one of the ways that these operatives get into the country. They'll go to a third-party country and apply for admission there. And here's the skinny on this. All of these people who are being brought in as refugees are literally just CIA assets. They've been trained and weaponized as operatives in theater there. And then they're being imported under the guise of asylum. But this is really just the importation of trained military CIA assets from these broken countries being imported as a military force here domestically to be activated at whatever point they need them. As early as August 15, 2021, despite the previous guidance that U.S. Refugee Admission Program applicants would need to find their own way to a third country, hundreds were leaving Afghanistan on U.S. Air Force cargo planes, which seems as if this was a feature, not a bug. And the president mentioned this the other day. He said the people who were able to make it on to these airplanes were the strongest, the most physically fit. In other words, like military-age men. Not the ones who were like the weakest and the most infirmed. No, it was actually the strongest and most physically capable. Because really, a lot of them are not just like some poor innocent Afghani who had his home blown up or something. They're literally trained CIA assets. By August 16, 2021, the DOJ National Security Division still considered vetting to be an interagency issue. While the DOJ has not disclosed what the vetting issues were, we also obtained a State Department cable instructing Post to process civil society leaders as Priority 1 refugee applicants. Well, what's a civil society leader? This is someone who has been trained by these NGOs and various intelligence community organizations for operations within there. Yeah, civil society leaders includes leaders of non-governmental organizations, community groups, labor unions, indigenous peoples movements, faith-based organizations, professional associations, foundations, think tanks, charitable organizations, and other not-for-profit organizations. Even outside of their country of origin, civil society leaders are likely to continue advocating for their respective causes and often remain deeply connected to high-ranking officials in foreign governments around the world. And yeah, there's a bunch more to the thread here, but the gist of it is, was this thing here? According to the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General, even for the Afghans who were supposed to wait in a third country while their acceptance into a refugee U.S. resettlement program was being reviewed, many were just flown into the United States without being fully vetted. And I mean, what would it even mean to vet some of these people? It's not like Afghanistan has some sort of really thorough database of documentation on all of these people. Some of these refugees have reportedly been charged with heinous crimes such as rape. The Biden-Harris administration's stonewalling and lack of transparency into its disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan has even led to a threat of contempt for its refusal to comply with a congressional subpoena. Chairman McCall threatens to hold Blinken in contempt if state continues withholding key Afghanistan withdrawal documents. This is a whopper. As of July 2024, the Department of State Inspector General, quote, could not confirm the number of individuals evacuated from Afghanistan, regardless of destination, with support of the U.S. government in 2021. Incredibly, the Biden-Harris administration gave the Taliban operational control over access to the Kabul airport. It provided Taliban officials with lists of U.S. citizens and Afghan human assets, and the names of the Americans and Afghan allies it intended to evacuate, even as it relied on the Taliban for security outside the airport. Politico quoted one U.S. official as saying, basically, they just put all those Afghans on a kill list. It's just appalling and shocking and makes you feel unclean. 13 American service members were killed and 18 wounded as a result of the Biden-Harris administration's disregard and incompetence. The Biden-Harris administration claims to have evacuated more than 123,000 people from Afghanistan. Only 6,000 are American citizens. So they don't even know. What was this one back here? Could not confirm the number of individuals evacuated, regardless of destination, with support of the U.S. government. What the administration claims is that they evacuated more than 123,000, and only 6,000 are American citizens. That's at least 117,000 Afghanis who are all who knows where, doing who knows what, being paid taxpayer benefits to do who knows what. Spudrucker says, just a complete shit show that the American people have to bear the brunt of. Fucking traitors. So true. That's exactly what it is. And I'm going to, I had a little bit more, but this is long enough as it is, coming up on the 5-hour mark. So I'm going to leave it there and save the rest of this for tomorrow. But tomorrow we'll talk about, among other things, we'll talk about this video from Promethean Action. Susan Kokenda, one of our MAGA grandmas, just cooking, talking about how Trump just locked the British Empire out of Ukraine peace talks and they're panicking. We'll talk about the G20, Trump's new action with regard to South Africa, and we'll talk about Tucker Carlson and Piers Morgan. I will save all of that for tomorrow because we will have a SATRLABE. So thank you for all of you guys tuning in today. Apologies for the missed episodes prior to that, but I gave you guys almost 5 hours. My voice is starting to get a little bit hoarse, and we went through a whole bunch today. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the schizoness, and this will be, I wanted to get through all of this stuff here to kind of lay the groundwork for other things that I know we're going to wind up talking about recently. So this may be one that I end up referring back to a number of times. But I love all you guys. Hopefully you had a very good Thanksgiving and a good Black Friday. My birthday is next week, next Thursday, so I'll be streaming on my birthday most likely. And yeah, coming up on Christmas very, very rapidly, almost to 2026 already. It's crazy. But thank you all. Make sure you support your streamer, tips.kingpilled.com, or just go to Venmo or go to Kingpilled on Venmo or Cash App or Buy Me a Coffee or X. You can tip via X as well. And join the Kingpilled Discord, kingpilled.com, and go to ewbsx.store. Use promo code CyberChud to get 15% off for Black Friday. Get yourself some Cyberbully merch. And make sure you download the EWBSX app and listen in every day. Now with family mode. We've got the normal alpha mode, EWBSX AM alpha mode, and EWBSX FM for family mode. For those of you who maybe want to listen at work or around the family and you're afraid of getting something too spicy, well, we've got the neutered EWBSX FM for those of you who would like to listen that way. We've heard you, heard your requests. We responded and produced that. Shout out to the Cyberbully. And stay tuned for many more wonderful things to come. All right, guys, I will catch you tomorrow for a great SATRLABE. For now, I will leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough, and I said,